Kuulijat tässä salissa.
Dear people listening to this event organized by the Paasikivi Society, part of the European Forum about the Finnish foreign and security policy in a world of division and the new Cold War. This is our theme, and we have three top experts talking about these themes. We all, of course, know these experts, but maybe I could pick a few words about everyone. We have Pekka Haavisto, Member of Parliament, a previous President of the Greens, experienced politician, long-term minister, former Minister for Foreign Affairs when we decided to join the EU, and also a lot of experience, and also a presidential election candidate. What we have invited experts, not political candidates. Oh, that's a promotion to me. And then Olli Rehn, a doctor on a leave from the Bank of Finland, has studied in Oxford and wide experience from the EU, from Parliament, 2 terms in the European Commission, and the second term was during the debt crisis. A lot of experience, of course, from Finnish policy, and of course now also a presidential candidate, but as an expert here. Then Kari Liuhto, a professor from the University of Turku and the Business School, also doctoral dissertation from Glasgow and Turku School of Economics about the terms of trade with Russia, heading the Pan-Europe and Centrum Balticum, expert in many transitional effects, and also an honorary doctor of St. Petersburg University, but declined this honor due to the war, and has also studied in Kiev, Ukraine. Welcome, experts, to this panel. From my own part, I'd like to mention that I'm Professor Emeritus from Economics, a member of the Paasikivi Society. Emeritus is the usual term for pensioners, but a good way to describe is a thoroughly served professor. That describes me well at my age. Welcome all experts to discuss our theme today. As citizens, we've heard many times that the Finnish nation made their big decision by joining NATO without any referendum, but we still believe that it was the Finnish people who decided to join NATO. But as someone who's interested in Paasikivi, I'd like to remind you that Paasikivi actually was quite pessimistic in the capabilities of the Finns for making such decisions. So in the dire situations, 11th of September 1944, in the peace negotiations, when the parliament had accepted the dire terms, Paasikivi said, "The fate of our country is terrible, and this is due to our own stupidity. What will become of us? We do not have political intelligence, which we would need much more than other countries because our position is so difficult." And I believe it's still difficult, but politically we are not talented, just like the Germans. Quite a dire view of the Finns, and in a situation when this great change has been made in Finnish politics, I'm wondering what Paasikivi would think. When I've been reading through what Paasikivi has written, there are some ideas that are more relevant. He said to Stanov that this line of Finland is based on the fact that we're fed up with wars, and Finns want to maintain their independence and neutrality. And of course, these are always topical. A situation where we wouldn't end up getting involved in a war and stay independent is relevant for today. So to begin with, I'd like to ask our experts to give short comments on this viewpoint. How was this decision taken? And during the decision-making process, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Pekka Haavisto, starts. Thank you. It's great to be here in Turku. Thanks for the invitation to the Europe Forum, and thank you to the Paasikivi Society for the invitation. Think about Paasikivi. I used to be in an Häme association. It says a shitty piece as a comment stated by Paasikivi, and some people living contemporarily with him wrote that, and that was connected to the Tartu peace. And the borders of Tartu peace were considered quite good at some point, and this, of course, describes how the values and appreciations of people are re-evaluated through history. And of course, Paasikivi, I'm a fan of him because he had a sharp pencil. And another statement that I've always liked is by Johannes Virolainen when he was asked, when did you start supporting the EU? It was the last day of November in 1939. I wouldn't say that Finns are stupid or slow. I believe that we are considerate, but we also don't rest on our laurels. We understand the realities. We understand when situations change. And when in spring 2022, the Russia attacked Ukraine, Finns started pondering on all the negative implications. We didn't know if Kiev would hold. Did Russia had plans for turning over the government there, maybe ending Ukrainian independence in a few days? Everything was open, and we wondered if all the worst scenarios would become true. What would that mean for Europe, for neighboring countries, and how should Finland strengthen its defense in such a situation? And you mentioned referendum, and I said once that if we join NATO, we wouldn't use referendum because in such a situation we wouldn't have enough time, and it wouldn't be safe enough to organize such a referendum. And that actually became reality in spring 2022. The discussions in Finland were quite exceptional. Between citizens in the parliament, discussions with the president, in the government, and the unity and the level of unity there. I remember some committee meetings where in the defense committee in the parliament, someone said that we have 27 questions for the minister, and after the discussion, the person asking the question stated that his opinion changed. So people changed their minds when all of these different aspects were gone through. And I think the solution was good. And now that we're sitting in the Europe Forum, we need to think about the role of the European Union. And European Union has also invigorated. A concrete example of this is that when I went to a meeting and we discussed supporting or giving military assistance to Ukraine. So the significance of the European Union for providing military assistance to Ukraine is significant, and their European Union found itself again and was surprisingly unified in the support for Ukraine. And then Olli Rehn. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to this Turku Europe Forum, which is the most important event delineating the future of European and Finnish policies. When I was thinking about my response to the question by Paavo, I thought that even though it would be sacrilege Paasikivi society, Paasikivi was wrong, I'd say. And now, as we're sitting in a theater, I recall Bertolt Brecht. Both Paasikivi and Brecht were wrong. Brecht once cynically stated that
to the chairman of the parliament, saying that if the people vote in the wrong way, you have to change the people. And I wonder why this should be the case. When we look at the foreign policy in general and the research on the foreign policy, there's always some change and some continuity. And the decision regarding NATO that Finland took last spring, and that was then implemented this spring, we can see both these things, both a change and continuity. Of course, it was a big change for us deciding to distance ourselves from military neutrality and become a member of the alliance. But at the same time, there's a lot of continuity because the long-term policy, the Finnish foreign policy, has been to be one of the free nations as part of the Western world. And this has happened after the Second World War, step by step, starting from the International Monetary Union membership, continuing to the Nordic Council, the UN, the free trade agreement in Europe, the membership in the EU. So there has been a long development in the Finnish foreign policy. I should also say that we joined a peace agreement or a peace alliance agreement with NATO in the mid-90s, and it was very important that we purchased the Hornets in the early 1990s, and that, of course, further enhanced our bilateral collaboration with the United States. And the final step for us was this step as a member of the NATO. So you can ask whether a new era has started. Yes, but still we have not changed the nation. In other words, it was a change in the will of the Finnish people in the spring 22. But I think it already started in December 21 when President Putin gave his very harsh speech where he warned the United States on extending NATO any further, which would have restricted Finland's room for to maneuver greatly. And this decision gave us this change in mood gave a strong motive for the Finnish government in moving forward in this decision. And of course, it was important to hold on to the national unity in the big basic questions in foreign and security policy that requires an open discussion on the direction and alternatives in foreign policy. And this creates a basis for a genuine understanding. Next, Kari Liuhto. Thank you for the invitation to this discussion. And I'm wondering what Paasikivi would think about this situation. Paasikivi was very interested in the great powers, the Soviet Union and the United States in particular, and the logic in them. And when we are living next to such a superpower, how can we actually survive and manage? I think Paasikivi would be wondering where the Soviet Union disappeared. And the other thing would be that he would wonder about is that how come the Kremlin still thinks that they have a possibility to be a superpower. If you look at the big picture, Russia only forms about 2% of the global economy. And I think Paasikivi would be thinking about the membership in NATO and how it positions us within this game of the great superpowers, the United States and China in particular. And I think what he would think is that what happened will happen in the United States in November 24. So 24. I think this is the big question that he would be thinking about right now. Okay, thank you for these comments. And now we will start to talk about our main topic here. Since we have been defining our position in a new way because the world and Europe has changed so much, that means that we are in a challenging situation where in a changed and changing environment, we need to reorient ourselves in our foreign and security policy. And what challenges are there? What is our idea? I'm sure we have a lot to say about that, and we still have 30 minutes, but let's start in the same order. Pekka Haavisto first, please.
It's always good to wonder what the idea of Finland is. We often talk a lot about Russia, but when President Koivisto had his own press conference about these themes, he was asked about what is the idea of Finland, and he replied that it's survival, but I'd be a bit more ambitious. I want Finland to success, and we want us to look for the keys for success in today's world. It's an interesting situation where basically living in a laboratory where we are trying to find out how a country will survive without the trade with Russia and Eastern trade in general. But we have learned that this trade is not the key to success as we've used to think. Of course, we have other challenges in terms of energy, especially Germany has had difficulties in terms of energy supply. But in Finland, we've been able to cope quite well with this green transition, which is continuing in a faster pace than we envisaged. In this sense, I believe that we have opportunities not only to survive, but also to success. We often talk about values, and we've touched them already here, and I think it's important that we keep in mind the interests of Finland as well as values. And as we're talking about the regulatory global system, we have many important values such as human rights. But this is also an advantage. We're able to engage in trade in a world which is based on rules and regulations, which has now been broken by the attack of Russia to Ukraine. And now as I'm looking about what is the new European peace system, Finland will be the president of it in 2025. When we started preparing this, we talked about the spirit of Helsinki. It's 25 years since the original meeting, and I'm sure that everyone understands that we cannot really bring back the same Helsinki spirit that we had 20 plus years ago. But we need to be able to bring some kind of peace guarantees for Ukraine for any future aggressions when we are planning the new OSCE meeting in Helsinki. And this is something that many have been thinking about when Prigozhin marched towards Moscow and said that the situation is revolutionary like it was in 1917 when the angry soldiers threw out the Tsar. Of course, we all thought that what will happen if Prigozhin succeeds in his march, and is this the man who will be able to topple rule, and if this is the man who's ruling the nuclear weapon button, what will happen in the future? There are many kinds of uncertainties, but one thing is certain, we will always be the neighbor of Russia. And maybe some people thought that when we joined the NATO, we wouldn't have to think about Russia as much. But we will always be the country who is asked what's happening in Russia, what do you think about the developments in Russia lately, and what do you think will happen next? And this expertise and knowledge is something that we should maintain, I believe. And of course, we study this a lot, like they have been studying it in Turku for a long time. But we're certainly living in a time of great uncertainty in terms of Russia and the future developments. My own working hypothesis is that we've been living through many different kinds of Russia as a neighbor. We've been an autonomous part of Russia. We've seen the times of Tsar. We've seen Lenin, Khrushchev, Gorbachev, and now we're living with Putin in the helm. And in all these situations, we've been able to secure the safety and security along our border. And I believe that even though the turbulence may continue over the next 100 years as well, but we will need to be able to secure our ability to react to any threats to our security, whether we're talking about our eastern neighbor or the Arctic region. Olli-Rehn. Thank you. Pekka has clearly read the book, The Democracy of Happy People, because you closed with the words of the ending words. There will be a new edition of my book in a couple of weeks. I didn't change my view, but I've rewritten some chapters on foreign policy because the original one was dated on the very day after Russia started its brutal attack on Ukraine. But anyway, the main thing is that we not only need to survive, we need to success in the modern world of power policies. And this means that we need to maintain the capacity of developing our peaceful society on the basis of basic values, democracy, human rights, rule of law, Nordic values. We have everything that it takes to not only survive but to success. As long as we're able to reform and renew Finland, and in terms of foreign policy and international relationships, this means that we need to be able to anticipate and also to maintain a strong defense which supports all of our operations in terms of foreign policy. And when we're looking about our policy environment, it's in a turmoil where it was 30 years ago when the Berlin Wall tumbled down and Eastern Europe became free and Europe became one. That was a step forward in human evolution. In the spirit of Paasikivi, we were able to strengthen the safety and security of small states, and the union was stronger than it was now. Today, we are driving on reverse due to the brutal war by Russia and also because of the challenges posed by China towards the rules and regulations-based world economy and policy. But we still need to be able to navigate through these new circumstances, and we need to steer it with a stable hand and keep our eye on the important areas around us, the Baltic and the Nordic areas, and also a global position between all the tensions between the United States and China and the impact on Europe. Are we entering an era of new Cold War? These are all important questions for the state of Finland and also to Finnish businesses. And when we're looking at Europe, in the new security system of Europe, we do not have any buffer zones that we used to have, such as neutrality or the situation between Ukraine and Moldavia. All these sort of interim states now boost the insecurities, and they are also behind the reason of why Ukraine is now fighting for its freedom, and it's also the reason for Finland joining NATO. And this decision supports our membership in the European Union, which is the most important value base, and it is most important to foster the unity of the European countries in this moment. So any comment on the need of Finland to retrieve from the Union or NATO are not good from my point of view, because that would diminish the unity of the West and of Europe. We aim to strengthen international cooperation, which is necessary in order to find solutions to global problems such as climate change. And it's also important for the Finnish image that when the racism report that will be published later today, we will clearly commit to our common values in Europe, anti-racism and equality and basic human rights. The membership in NATO strengthens our position, and I remember how my grandfather Viljo Valjakka, who belonged to the generation of Tammenlehva generation. He fought in the Winter War and Indonesian War, and he was a military officer from Mikkeli, and I phoned him and asked in the previous elections and asked, did you vote and what did you vote perhaps? And Ville replied, of course I voted. I voted that we need to join. For 5 years I looked towards the east, and ever since I've been looking towards the west. So the core task of Finland in the upcoming years is to anchor Finland's position in the West, in the Western Europe. And while we're doing this, we need to remember that even though we have been neutral, if a conflict arises, it is the Finns, our reserve, our military reserve, who will defend our country, and therefore we need to take care of our capacity to do that. And we also need to maintain the will to defend Finland, and this is something that is built in our everyday life in the ways that we interact with one another in Finland, because this builds national strength, and we will need that in the global policy that's to come. At the beginning of Paasikivi presidency, Finland was forced to sign an agreement on friendship and cooperation with Russia. And all the words of that agreement and the title has changed because unity, United States, and reasonable military capacity are the things that secure Finnish security nowadays. So many changes there. But I agree with some of the points that you mentioned, but I'd like to point out some things. First of all, the unity of the West. Russia knows that by trying to instigate a certain feelings in the Western society, suspicions would help them. For example, what's happening in Estonia with the Prime Minister, or the burnings of the Koran in Sweden. Oh, and we need to be careful in Finland in these times. We have about 70 to 90,000 Russian-speaking people in Finland, but that's not important. But we have about 40,000 people who have both Russian and Finnish nationalities. And I've been discussed with some experts who wondered that, don't you understand that Russia will use, the KGB will use this dual nationality people? And I've been wondering that could it be something that Russia might try to utilize these people to bring suspicions and instability into Finland? Last summer, there was a study which said that about 15 to 18% of the Russians living in Finland a year ago believed that Putin's war is justified. This has probably changed, and the people who replied to this survey were aged, so they were quite old, but I still think that it was a dramatic result. And then we have United States, superpower, both economically and militarily, and they, of course, first and foremost take care of their own interests. It hasn't been talked about much, but the United States is the third biggest export country of Finland, and it's the second most important country of import of energy to Finland after Norway. We are not buying any energy from Russia, not even LNG, which would be possible even with all the sanctions. So there has been a total turnaround towards the West, also in terms of energy supply. So I believe that it's important to take good care of our relationships between Finland and United States. But of course, if Donald Trump becomes the president once again, that would make things a lot more difficult once again. When I'm looking about the defense systems in Europe, I'm quite worried. Russia has been able to develop their system. Even though the war would end, we still have to consider what will happen after that, because their military systems are developing, and we need to consider what is our status. The Baltic countries understand what their situation and status is, and we need to keep in mind that the United States is most interested in their own good, and if they have the soldiers in the turf of Finland, that will certainly affect their attitudes. And by making ourselves better known, it helps us. We're not considered a Siberian tribe somewhere. We would become more important for the defense of the United States itself, as we have our borders close to the Murmansk, and if any rockets are launched, they will certainly fly over the North Pole, and therefore our location and status is important. And I'm recalling the ideas of Iiro Viinanen, who said that without military security, you do not have any political security or peace. This might mean that if we want to maintain our military defense, that we need to get some more debt, but it's a threat to our social security if we do not have a proper military defense. Finnish social security will always be better than Russian. That's something that we need to keep in mind always. And the aim of 2% of GDP to NATO defense, is that enough? Israel, their input is 2.5 because they live in an aggressive environment, but I'd say that our environment is quite aggressive at the moment as well. And if we're talking about the financial side of things, it's quite wild that the share of the United States of the NATO military expenses is 70%. And with any new countries entering NATO, that would change our status as well. And of course, we need to keep our eye on what will happen if Trump returns to presidency. I think it's hugely irresponsible for Russia to threaten to use the nuclear weapons, and they've been transferring some of the tactical weapons to Belarus, and I think that that lowers the threshold of using these weapons. We need to remember what is the definition of risk, what is the probability of use in relation to the destruction, and if we consider the power of destruction compared to Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, it's huge. So a credible way of moving forward is to maintain a protection for nuclear weapons. About 90% of the NATO nuclear weaponry is in the United States at the moment. And I've thought that Putin is not able to shake the European Union, but Trump would be able to do that. And I'm sure that Russia is following the U.S. elections very carefully also with regard to the war in Ukraine, because the new presidency means a new era. It's not just the former President Medvedev who's been threatening to use the nuclear weapons. There's the same game that Nixon used in Southeast Asia, threatening to use weapon. He was called the madman. And I'm quite worried because Lavrov has also mentioned these threats. So George Washington said that getting prepared for war is one of the best means of maintaining peace.
So if we think about this global pattern still, the Cold War, the multilateral world, what will our environment be like? What can we perceive at the moment? There seem to be new types of players coming up. So in any order, maybe Olli wants to start. Yes, please. This is an important question because we always need to keep in mind the worldwide context, the global context. And if we look at the most important dimensions, I'm sure the relationship between the US and China and the tensions there will reflect itself also to Finland and Europe. In the past few years, the only thing that the Democrats and Republicans could agree on in the United States was the hard line against China. This can be seen in the trade war that Trump started 5 years ago and that Biden, for the most part, has continued with China. But on the other hand, so far, the globalization of the economy has not been cancelled. So any talk of the death of globalization is widely exaggerated. We are getting into a very complex world where we have various playing fields. We have in the security policy, Taiwan, the South China Sea. There's a clear focus in Asia, and the United States and China are there engaging in some form of Cold War. This is reflected on the trade policy in the economy, but so far it has not yet undermined globalization. And it is important that we shall learn from the mistakes that the West and Europe made with regard to Russia in our operations with China. And this means reducing risks in how we can produce critical materials and technologies in the Western world and in Europe without being hopelessly dependent on China. And this also is connected to what Kari mentioned, the future U.S. presidential elections and their outcome. I share his view in that Putin certainly is waiting for the result in those elections to see whether Donald Trump will become president again. Of course, I do not hope that he will, but should that happen, I'm sure Putin hopes that he can get, or Trump expects that he could affect the peace treaty with between Russia and Ukraine. So the next presidential elections are important for the war in Ukraine, the relationship between Europe and Russia. But I don't think that the U.S. would retrieve from its NATO commitments. It didn't happen in the first office of Trump either. And there is a very strong law of continuity in the United States, both in Congress and in the administration. And that kept the U.S. committed to the defense of Europe. And I should also add that when in for the United States, the focus of the international politics in China is their trading competitor. They always need to take into account how their actions are interpreted in Europe. So were they not to continue their support to Ukraine, how would China interpret that with regard to Taiwan? And would that encourage China to attack or put sanctions against Taiwan, which might then create momentum for a new Great War? So we should think about these questions, and we all should look at the U.S. presidential elections very closely, because that will affect our all, the security of us all. At this point, we could take a question from the online. What is the dominance of the IT companies, the digitalization in the US and China? They have a big role globally. I think the question refers to this with the idea that in your presidential elections discussions, you should take that into account. Okay. So in China, they think, in the US, they think about whether they should have a decoupling or risk reduction with regard to China. And I'm in favor of the risk reduction with regard to China, because China is also dependent on the West with its export market, and the economy is fully different from Russia. But it is important we carry out the de-risking, so we get rid of these critical industries like the pharmaceutical industry. That is something that we in Europe should be able to produce ourselves. And other observations, I would not start running the presidential elections of the U.S. here. Under all circumstances, Finland has to cope with the U.S. president, and I refer to the previous Trump office. I met with Pompeo, the foreign secretary. Although we disagreed on many points, we still could cooperate. And even during the Trump's era, he did what he had promised with regard to the NATO operation. So that is a very important viewpoint. But it is true that in the United States, as in other superpowers, while they are fighting for their geopolitical power, they also fight for cohesion. So in the United States, can they keep their society intact? It's an important question in this world of division. We also saw that in Russia with Prigozhin. Maybe in China we can pose this question, and have posed this question historically, whether the country will stay together, and also in the EU. So we're fighting for the maintenance of the cohesion, and we all have to give our own contribution so that we maintain the balance in our international relations. And this question with China and Taiwan is indeed such where there could be a conflict. There's an increasing tension, but the weak signals coming from China, I should also pay attention to that. In Saudi Arabia, Jeddah, China took part in the peace meeting where Finland was also there, and there was an event on the national Day of Ukraine, there was China's ambassador was present there. He was celebrating the Ukrainian National Day in Helsinki. So we should pay attention to these things. There's some transition taking place, at least on the level of thinking. And in Finland, we should very closely monitor that and not just have a black and white view on China, but we should think about how we could get China into a status where it's not at least actively supporting Russia in this Russia's aggression war in Ukraine. Now we only have 1 minute per speaker, Kari. Globalization is not over, but I think it is changing towards these continents divisions with regard to the logistics chains. And it remains to be seen what the relationship between China and the United States will be, because it will affect all of us. And the other thing is how I interpret Prigozhin. Do not look at Prigozhin as a person, but look at it as one symptom of the reinforcement of the hard line in Russia. After Putin, there will be an even more nationalistic hardline leader, and we have to prepare ourselves for that as well. Next. Yes, indeed. Currently, we have a big change undergoing in the security order in Europe. And one thing that we haven't talked about today, we didn't have time, I believe, is the future expansion of the NATO and the European Union one day. And it will also define the security setup in Europe. Ukraine has a membership in the EU was promised to Ukraine one day, and this will reflect itself on what the position of Europe will be. And Finland should be very active in this to continue with our Europe policy and jointly build such security that will in future also support Finland's national security in the long term. When there was this question from the audience referring to the information technology and how also competition is taking place there, we were thinking about the IT being a global tool, and all of a sudden we can see how it's become regionalized. China has its own internet, Russia has its own internet, own channels they can manipulate and influence on, and unfortunately in the EU-US relationship, companies have a strong role in how they direct the algorithms, and democratizing that phenomenon also on the digitalization is extremely important, because there are tools where the superpowers can dominate. We have talked about TikTok's influence as an information tool where China has a big role. So we are also going on, we have battles on these fields, but we haven't mentioned the cyber threats. And it is quite likely that in the next few years, these kinds of threats and attacks will be a problem. And as it was stated here, they try to get into the citizens and use the conflicts that may be visible already in Finland to blow them up. And I think this it's important that they brought up the case of burning the Quran in Sweden. It is clear that these kinds of things are used against us here, and Sweden and Denmark is really in trouble with this. And we can also see when we've talked about the Nordic countries having joint embassies, but now in Baghdad we saw that they are burning the Swedish flags. So who wants to be there? So the security threats are common to all of us. Thank you very much for this discussion. On behalf of the audience and the Paasikivi Society, I'd like to thank you for this interesting discussion. Thank you.
No niin.
Kiitos paljon. Kiitos.
Kiitos oikein
Hei, kiitos.
paljon. Kiitos.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see so many of you out there in the audience. In this session, we're going to discuss how on earth you can get competitive advantage from starting to use renewable fuel, where the key issue is that renewable fuel is much, much more expensive. It's 2 to 3 times more expensive. So how do you get competitive advantage from that? And we have a panel here of different participants. We have Heikki Helsten from SSAB. SSAB is focusing very much on eliminating all emissions from their production, from their entire supply chain. We have Harri Tamminen and Minna Tuorila from Viking Line. Harri representing the cargo side and Minna sales and marketing. And if it's okay, I'm thinking of Harri as cargo, you as passengers.
Yes.
Good. And then if we continue in the value chain, we have Staffan Sandblom from Fortum. Staffan is in charge of developing the new strategy and implementing for synthetic renewable fuels, which is basically a completely new industry. It's a huge industry. Then we have Mika Laurilehto from Rauma Marine Constructions that, you build ships.
We will see.
Especially these kind of very advanced, energy efficient RoPax ships, or sort of ro-ro passenger ships, like the kind that Viking Line operates. And then last, but definitely not least, Riku Mäkelä from Business Finland. Now, of course, Business Finland has a really central role in getting things like these going, where Finland can have a competitive advantage. My name is Magnus Gustafsson. I am research leader in industrial management at Åbo Akademi. I'm also a partner at PBI Research Institute, which is a consulting company. I'm going to start with you, Heikki.
Okay.
Because over the years, we've been discussing the fact that, as said, SSAB is reducing its emissions, and you are interested in getting out also, or you could say even responsible for getting out the emissions from transport. Could you explain to us why you are interested in purchasing transport, which is more expensive?
Well, let's put it this way, that if I'm not mistaken, so in general, we are generating 40 to 50 gigatons. That's not million tons, that's billion tons of CO2 emission in the world at the moment. And everybody who studies deeper in this subject knows what that is doing to the climate. And maybe not us oldies, but the new generation is very much aware of the fact that something has to be done. Now at SSAB, we are focusing on starting to produce our fossil-free steel. So getting rid of emissions totally. This will begin now in large scale in 2026 in our Oxelösund mill in Sweden. But till 2030, all our production will be converted to be totally fossil-free. And this then, of course, gives a lot of pressure to our logistics. We have committed in First Movers Coalition to a target that at least 30% of our truck transportation has to be acquired from zero emission sources by 2030 as well. But in an increasing manner, we also get the pressure from our customers. They no longer accept the transportation and the last mile delivery done by fossil trucks if there's a possibility to do something else. So both, we want to save the world, and then there's this pressure from the customers.
Exactly. So you really need this to get this competitive advantage.
Yes, definitely. We even some of the customers are nowadays stating and presenting us with a requirement that they no longer accept the deliveries other than totally fossil-free, emission-free. So this is a must, and this is something that we have to find a solution to at the end of the day. And yet when I'm saying this, I mean that, okay, there might be a margin at some point that we have to pay, for example, in the beginning when we are creating the solutions. So in the first phase, but I'm saying also that we have this hope and we have this vision in our head that transportation can be both emission-free and also economically viable.
Okay. There actually, Harri, I mean, how do you respond to this? I mean, there is a demand now. Heikki is not your direct customer, but he is at the end of the day the one who will pay for this, and who is demanding
Yeah,
sustainable
correct. Hopefully he will pay, or his client will pay for the premium for the transport. We have at Viking Line and most likely in other shipping companies as well experienced the generation change from before everybody was talking about to be reporting the CO2 emissions, but that's not enough anymore. They want to take the next step. They want to go further. They want to go to zero. They want to have the reality, not just only reporting figures. Now we have to find a solution for emission-free transport, even to the sea, and that's what we have done with Viking Line. And we will implement that even for the freight transports as of next week. So we will be offering, even for the truck companies Heikki is using, hopefully, possibility on going down in emissions by using us between Turku and Stockholm.
From what I understand, I mean, your ships on the Turku-Stockholm route, they are LNG ships, which means that biogas, LBG, is a drop-in fuel. And from what I understand, your competitors, it's for them such a similar drop-in fuel is not necessarily available. Do you see that you could get a competitive advantage here?
Yeah, let's hope so, but that's not the only factor playing the role. Of course, environmental friendly transport is the key issue here. But of course, we will get a competitive advantage towards the other competitors on the route.
Yeah.
Yes, we have LNG powered vessels, and yes, it's a drop-in fuel which we will be mixing with an LNG, LBG and LNG can be used at same time in the engine, and that's what we will be doing. That's what we are doing at the moment. Passengers are sorry. have to say this. They started already in midsummer week offering for the passengers, and as far as I know, we've been fueling LBG already on certain voyages, and because the demand is there for the passenger side. Now we start on the freight side next week, and let's hope it will explode. Hopefully, Heikki's. Now I have to know how many tons Heikki is transporting, so I have to be calculating then.
Okay, Heikki's products are quite heavy, so
yeah, exactly.
That's a good thing.
But yes, unfortunately, it is expensive for the time being. I admit that. But every new thing usually is expensive at the beginning.
Precisely.
So let's hope it will come down.
Minna, in a way, your situation is a bit more complicated because I mean, Harri, he can turn to big end customers like Heikki and like that. You really can't. There aren't any big customers. How do you approach this on the passenger side? And who are the partners? How do you do this?
Well, it's a matter of marketing, of course, and communication to our direct clients. We do that on our website, so we present the possibility to pay extra for the biofuel, and of course we had some technical problems in presenting it in our website, but now it should be functioning much better, and we start to communicate that to the customers also in the pre-email letters that we send before the trip. So if you missed it while you were booking the trip, so then you can get the information that you can pay an extra fee for the non-emission trip to Stockholm from Turku.
So I mean, to me, it sounds like you see it as simple, hardcore marketing and communication work that needs to be done.
Mostly communication. I don't call that probably marketing because it's a real fact. I'm like, everybody wants to save the world, but we live from the Baltic Sea and we want that to be in a good shape, and our clients. Well, we made there has been lots of studies. 2/3 of the passengers are willing to pay for non-emission travel, and we hope that we will find them to travel in our vessels.
I could here quickly just interject here and say that I actually, together with my wife in the beginning of August, we traveled on Viking Line, and when we checked in, I asked that, can I pay this surcharge? And the lady in the check-in said, sure, and then I paid it. It was €4 per person, but we had a car with us as well. So, do you see that you could be getting competitive advantage, for example, like grow your market share with this offering?
That's what we are aiming to, because I hope that it will, because there's a lot of new trends. People want to travel, but they still want to travel in a sustainable way. And there was, the same study who said that 2/3 are willing to pay a little bit extra. Only 3% of all the passengers they are willing to cut down of their travel, but they want to travel a little bit more sustainable way. So I'm sure that when you make the choice, you see a little bit that how much emission or what can you do to travel in a smarter way.
Exactly. So what you're saying here is that you don't need to cut down travel. It is possible to travel sustainably. It is possible to ship things sustainable. We don't basically have to shut down society.
Exactly.
Okay. Staffan,
yes.
The business line you're responsible is quite sort of the example Viking Line is setting here. They are sort of important. That kind of forerunner, I suppose, is quite important for.
Absolutely. Because, of course, for us to be able to build a plant making biofuels is outside of our scope, so it's e-fuels in our case. And an e-fuels plant in that case is several €100 million in investment. It's huge investments up front, and it's very difficult to scale easily. I mean, it's not easy to scale up with a small and then a medium-sized. It's rather pilot first on very small scale, and then go directly to the very big scale. Which means, of course, that there needs to be a risk sharing, and there's a lot of that kind of thing. And there, Viking Line is really a forerunner, I would say, in how to do that. Because also, what's good with Viking Line in this case, if we talk about Viking Line specifically, is that you as a company are really aware of. So what would be the costs? What are our margins? And open with that from the start, and that simplifies things a lot, because then you know which playing field you're in, and that's important because this is going to be a rough ride to get there. There's going to be failed projects. There's going to be a lot started, less continued and finished, but we have to do it. It must be done for the, as you said, for the climate. It just has to be done somehow.
And I think when you talk about big scale here, it's for the audience, I think it's important that we can bring up that both for you and for SSAB, big scale means that it easily goes up into billions.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. So it's enormous projects, the kind of projects that you work with once in a lifetime.
Precisely, yeah. What about you, Mika? I mean, you've been focusing on this as well, and you have focusing especially, you have highly advanced energy efficient ships. And from what I understand, you've already sold a couple of ships based on the idea that you can have sustainable travel and transport.
Yeah, that is correct. We are the ones that we have delivered actually as RMC, Rauma Marine Constructions, and the predecessors in Rauma, the shipbuilders. That has always been the case, that we want to be in the fore of the technological development, and of course in the past, I would say, decade, the driver has been environment and how to bring down the emissions from vessels. The business as such, I mean, shipping is relatively traditional, and if you look at what is happening now, I mean, this is, and we are talking about investments which are hundreds of millions or even billions. So how to make the right decision now for the next 30 years? This is the big question, and this is what we are talking about with our clients, because definitely we also want to save the world, and there is definitely the pressure from the clients, but to find the right solution which will be viable for the next 2-3 decades, that's the big question.
But I believe, wasn't it so that the two ships that you sold to Tasmania, which is several hundred millions apiece, that sustainability was a key decision point.
It is, yeah. So we are producing not only for the Baltic area, but we have clients globally, and this is not, of course, not an issue only here in the Baltic area, but that's a global issue. And you're right, Magnus, that one of the drivers for the Tasmanians and Australians to come to Rauma for building the ship was the fact that we have been delivering successfully ships that are environmentally sound, so to speak, and of course discussed a lot about the solution for their vessel. It's a ferry which is a lifeline between Tasmania and Australia, and of course again an investment for 30 years, and the local people definitely want to see that in the future they would be able to use locally produced fuel. So for example, e-fuel, e-methane. The vessel we are building, or two vessels, they are both equipped with multi-fuel engines, so they can, as the main fuel, they can burn today fossil methane, so liquefied natural gas. But of course, it could be replaced easily with biogas or then synthetic fuels.
Heikki, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just had a comment that many sea carriers approach us, frequently, and they ask that what kind of technology would we like to have on the vessels, but we know how to produce steel, and our answer is that cheap and pure, but we don't know the technology that should be there. But I understand the phenomenon here. It's difficult. The investment is so long lasting, and it's now they have to make a decision, and it's difficult to say probably what the right solution should be.
Yeah, precisely. It's like in a way there's a huge chicken and egg problem, because there has to be a connection at the end of the day through starting from your customers, going all the way back to Staffan and Mika through Viking Line.
Exactly. We are talking about sea transportation here, but we can see the similar effect on, for example, electrical trucks. Yeah. The truck producers are saying that we can produce the trucks, but then they say that please provide the charging infrastructure. And then the infrastructure people are saying that we can do that, but there are no trucks. And somebody has to go first.
Yeah. I mean, this was exactly the case with LNG, that it's taken 20 years for the marine industry shipping to go to LNG as a fuel. But the technology has been there for a long time, but the infrastructure, legislation, rules, regulation, safety things, it takes quite a lot of time. And now we are in that era where we...
But now we don't have the 20 years.
Precisely, we don't have 20 years, and I mean, the problem needs to be solved quickly, but also there's also the business angle, that the possibility of getting first mover advantage here. So Riku, I mean, we're looking now at a huge chicken and egg problem with significant opportunities, global opportunities here. I mean, from your point of view at Business Finland, how do you see that? How can we? What should we do so that we don't lose the momentum that we no matter how small the momentum is that Harri and Minna are representing, that nevertheless we have momentum here now?
Thank you for a good question. So basically I represent governmental organization, and we have certain mandates where we operate and support the Finnish economy and the future of Finnish economy. And if I start from why. So why we are discussing here is that we have a burning platform, which is the climate change, and then we have all thought about sustainability for a long time, and now we have decided globally to focus on carbon emissions and decarbonizing all the industries, transportation and everything, because we just have to do it. Otherwise we cannot survive here on the planet. Precisely. So there's huge demand for that. And then when we look at decarbonization, maritime transportation has a crucial role. 80% of logistics globally travel on water, and then 100,000 ships, they use, 300 million tons of fossil fuels a year? Huge numbers. So when we are changing that, it has to happen fast. We cannot wait 20 years for first methanol ships to be bunkered at the ports and so on. So we have to speed up that. And then Business Finland, we have several ways in helping in the speeding up the transition. One of that is kind of bringing organizations together, everybody here on stage, and many others for joint projects where they do studies, they innovate together, figure out how to do something. And one of the low-hanging fruits is green corridors, point to point or from one point and back type of sea routes where you can maybe easier bring everybody together and agree on cost-sharing model and profit-sharing model and who builds what and how. So that's one way of speeding it up.
Precisely, and here is an interesting thing because in a way, listening here, I mean, yes, Staffan, your plants aren't up and running yet, but the technology exists, the ships exist, the demand, it really comes down to sort of finding the business model, getting the cost-sharing model. I mean, you guys know the difficulty in finding the cost-sharing or rather cost-dividing model among you.
That's why there's the room between them. I'm really agreeing this one, but yeah, let's not talk about that. But
you want to trade places?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the green corridor thinking it's a vital. I would say that we started thinking this way already in 2013 when we launched the first LNG vessel, or actually years before that, because as you said, no infra was at the present time available. Together with the subcontractor, we built it in Sweden so we could bunker. So it's the first step. It took 10 years for us to go from LNG to LBG. And now we're offering the LBG. So we don't have the 20 years. It took 10 years for us as a private company to do this change. We need to speed up the work. Heikki is coming 26, demanding his transport. I believe that all his volumes could fill my ship or our ships easily. But there are a lot more. The consumers are demanding environmental friendly solutions. So the corridor needs to be taken seriously, and one shipping line is the good start. But we need to think about the corridor thinking. We're happy to be first, and we love to be the first one. And we're trying to get the advantage of it. But we will not stop there.
Staffan and then Heikki.
Yeah, I think two things I think that are really important also is from the state side, the regulation, which is now a moving target.
Yeah.
We don't know which carbon sources will be sustainable carbon sources according to the legislation, which doesn't mean that they're sustainable or not sustainable sort of for real. So there's a mismatch there. We don't know where this will go, which means you have to take a huge risk when choosing a carbon source to use. That's one thing. So stable conditions and stable understanding that's fact-based is really, really important. That's not quite there, I would say, from the political side at the moment, in the EU specifically then, because it's driven more centrally from Brussels than locally at the moment. And then also the same thing on the technology choices. We have to make a technology choice now, and so do you, that will have to last for a bunch of years. If we make it in 5 years, it will probably be less than half the price of what it is today, because we're in that kind of a situation right now. But somebody still has to make this technology choice now, and then that has to be financed in an intelligent way. And then there's a last thing also there. I think today fossil subsidies, indirect and direct, are larger than renewable subsidies. So $7 trillion or something like that globally on fossil, and somewhere between 5 and 6 on renewables. So there is a possibility to shift if there's a real will. So there's a lot of things that will affect this and that could make this really speed up. Because I think the transition that we're in for is on the same scale as the original electrification of society or the build out of the trains or all of it. It's like it's a reindustrialization of the whole society.
Precisely. So you're saying that this has to be sort of done, part of the responsibility, like commercializing it, that can be done by industry and should be done. But it has to be in synchronization with government action as well. Yeah. Heikki.
Well, I wanted to comment on this Harry's corridor thinking, and I liked it very much because as a cargo owner, sea transportation is one major part, and that's really important. But cargo seldom stays at the port. At the end of the day, it has to go directly to the customer as well. And we would like to have all participants and all parties included in this corridor. So it has to be pre-carriage to the port, it has to be port activities, sea transportation, other port, and then the final destination as well, the last leg. So all these have to be fossil-free, and it's step by step we are getting there. But at the moment, if we want to have a fossil-free transportation from Finland to, let's say, Italy, so or Germany via Europe, so it will be really, really difficult to arrange that.
Riku, but before I give you the word, could you sort of, when you comment also, maybe perhaps a bit sort of that off the cuff, how on earth do we get this coordination between government and industry initiatives? But please, your comment first.
Yeah, coming back to kind of the jump towards the fossil-free future, it happens gradually. It's a disruption. At the same time, we need to make quick decisions for gradual improvement. So if we can add now, let's say, rotor sails and save 10% of the fuel, and now the fuel costs $1, in the future it's maybe $3. So we save much more money in the future by adding these things already. Digital tools for optimizing the routes and digitalization and automation for ports operations and improved logistics. So all that multiplies in the future its effect. So we also need to do these smaller things. And we are happy to see a lot of Finnish companies developing all these pieces to the puzzle. It's not only about the fuel, although that's the big disruption, but still there's so much more to do also.
Sounds like you see that you're saying that there are that there are significant opportunities. As you can say, I mean,
yes, there are.
That sort of an energy-saving technology becomes much more valuable when the fuel becomes more expensive.
Yes, and if I may add there that now we are talking about green corridors, we should also talk about greenish corridors and greener corridors compared to current situation. So it's moving towards that direction.
Mika?
Yeah, a couple of things. This corridor thinking is of course good for all of us here, because we are representing this type of industry where we are transporting goods from point to point, especially the marine, the sea transport part of it. And in a way, in that type of an environment, it's easier to find the solutions, the technical solutions, because you can build your infrastructure, make the huge investments. But at the same time, we need to see that in general, the marine industry, shipping is, as I said earlier, very conservative. You look at the current order book of ships globally, still more than 90% are ordered with heavy fuel oil as their fuel. So, and they will be there for the next 30 years. This means that we don't only talk about new built vessels here, and here I would like to thank Business Finland for being supportive for different types of research programs that we are doing actually together, also on existing vessels, so that we can convert existing vessels into more sort of environmentally friendly or less emitting vessels. So that's also an important issue in this discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just, Riku mentioned earlier that it's important to have these platforms where companies can get together and build the projects. And I have to say that is happening more and more. Just we have been sharing with Harri a joint project where we started to calculate and report the emissions and find out what they really in real world are. And these sort of things. And we can see that this is happening much more at the moment. Fortum and SSAB and heavily together doing investigations in Rahe mill how to produce hydrogen and so forth and so forth. So this is going further. Happy to see that. Somehow I have a feeling that industry is also, how would I put it, deeply committed to this target.
Yeah, but industry is, but the legislation is
running after.
Yeah. It's not
it's the politicians. And that's my personal comment.
Well, this is Europe Forum.
But I mean, in a way, what you're saying is that this has to be done together, and it can be done together. But so then comes the question that, on the one hand, from especially Mika and Staffan's point of view, that how can we scale it? How are we going to spread the good word? But also, in a way, then to Harri and Minna, that how would Viking Line benefit if we could sort of create more of these corridors? Because there are other ships that could shift to biogas, and there are ships that could be converted to, for example, methanol and so on. So first, if you take Mika and Staffan, how should we go about, and then you guys?
Yeah, I think I said already earlier, the technology exists. So that is not the issue at the moment. The issue, as we have said, it's the sort of working together to make this happen. So we just basically have to agree that this is what we want to do, and that it is quite apparent that this is what everybody wants to do. So
one corridor at a time.
One corridor at a time. And
Staffan, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a question of partnering rather than thinking customer supplier in many cases. Joint investments, working together to build something. And here I would say, being Swedish myself, that there is a little difference, I can say after 23 years in Fortum, that in Sweden we think a lot. And then when we've all decided, we work very fast. In Finland, you do more faster. Which I think in this case actually could be a benefit for the Finnish way of doing things.
Harri and Minna, would Viking Line, would you guys benefit if there were sort of other similar corridors popping up? Preferably not on your routes, of course, but...
Yeah, not in Finland. Yeah, exactly. No, well, of course. We have to see it from from the bird's eye view, the whole import-export industry. Finland needs something new. Finland needs to be more than somebody else, because we have the 1,500 kilometers extra to transport the cargo to export or import industry. If we're more environmental friendly than our competitors, we will benefit the Finnish import and export industry. We cannot get Finland closer to Europe, to continental Europe, but we can be more environmental friendly. And more of these inventions will come around the environmental friendly transport. Of course, it's strengthened even our brand and our company and our way of doing business. If we are the first one, well, we are the first ones at the moment in Finland, so be it, it's nice. But we have to go further. We want to be first one in a next generation change as well. What it will be, we'll see.
Minna, am I right to think that from your perspective, it would be a good thing if the demand for traveling sustainable was so great, so it was grown, and it's a sort of a minor issue then that let's say for example that Finns, instead of flying to the Alps, they go skiing, they go skiing in Sweden and Norway, and some of them go on your boat and some might go on the Vaasa-Uumaja line.
Yeah, for sure.
Because demand is important.
Yeah, the thing is that, well, the more there is, I think it's the awareness is the thing that changes the behavior. The more you start to think about things, the less you think about probably the money, because we are in the very price sensitive business in the passenger side, of course also on the cargo side, but I'm thinking about the passenger side. And you mentioned yourself that the extra fee was €4, and if you take a cruise from Turku to Stockholm and come back, 22-hour cruise, it's about €5, the extra cost for the biofuel. For some passengers, it might be just too much. For us, probably it sounds a little bit, peculiar that €5 can be a lot. But when we are in the price-sensitive business, and you compare, vessel and a vessel, and the other is €5 more expensive than the other, if you don't have this pressure that I have to think about the environment, I have to think about my friends who might think that that it's not a sensible way of traveling, then you might just choose the cheaper alternative. which is always a bad choice. And of course, the economical situation at the moment and so on, so we know that people are getting more conscious about their spending and so on. But €5 is, for those people who want to travel, I think it's small enough money that you can pay that extra and have kind of a good conscience about your travel, because that's the thing that you've done your job and you can travel with a good conscience.
Thank you.
€5 per trailer extra, and you have a deal. we can sign it now.
I have to stop that discussion now. Actually, I would like to turn to the audience if there are any questions there. There's a question. Is there a microphone as well, I suppose?
Hopefully you're not recording this, because he will come back with this.
Frankly, I think they're filming it.
70
Hello?
kilos.
Hello. Yeah.
You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Michael Lind from Research Institute of Sweden, and I'm extremely fascinating. I have been working a bit with Mika on the Vasa line ferry and that construction, and I think this idea about partnership is extremely good, because we will never reach the Paris Agreement if we are doing what we are doing, if you take this from a global perspective. A question to Mika. This whole idea about, in the case of developing Vasa Line, was basically upon that you stepping in together with Wärtsilä, together with Kvarken Ports. It's a full chain of actors that are really engaged in doing that. We have the electricity going in and out of the port, and we have the need for supply of very fossil-free fuel in between the two areas, so to say. I know that Umeå is working on heavily to get access to such fuel, and Wärtsilä is sitting there and analyzing the engines, and we have a situation where we see that the new ship, the cleanest ship in the world, is extremely clean, so to say. One of the cleanest ship designs in the world. You bring the guys, some of your partners, down to Tasmania and build a new ship, right?
Yep.
So, and then you now said that we will build up on locally produced fuel. And if you think about it now, we have a bunch of ships that normally is not staying with the same owner for the whole lifetime. It needs to be brought to somewhere else, probably because it will be resold. How do you cope with the challenge that and the business model, or how we could talk about it, for, let's say that your ship in 30 years, the Vasa Line ship will end up in, it's not your ship of course, but will end up in Africa?
Well, yeah, thanks for the question, and maybe a bit of background there. Yes, this Aurora Botnia Vasa Line vessel, which is trafficking between Vasa and Umeå, is a perfect example of a cooperation. Took quite a long time to design the vessel. Actually, it is designed specifically for that route, and there is both the cities of Vasa and Umeå involved in the business. Then we have Wärtsilä with their technology center in Vasa. Actually, one of the engines on board is a lab engine, so they are still developing the engine itself and the environment where it works. And there is also academia otherwise involved. We have Aalto University. We actually installed sensors on the hull of the vessel to measure the influence of winter navigation on the hull of the vessel. We hopefully in the future we will have years of data on how to then design the future vessels for similar routes. But the question, which is of course vital in the shipping industry, is what to do with the aging ships. And earlier it has been, well, not easy, but easier to find a buyer for your vessel, which is going to be replaced somewhere else in the world. And let's hope and work towards that there will be also a market in the future, so that the infrastructure where it will land eventually is available at that time, when 30 years or 25 years from now, when the ship is sold. that it would be available, and I hope we can all work towards that. But as said, this was a very good example of and also Business Finland was involved there in the pre-study phases, and also there was a large study on how to get biofuel from Ostrobotnian area from both sides of the Quark, and that was really and the vessel, I recommend all of you to not only use Viking Line, but when you travel a bit northern route, use that one. This is a beautiful vessel.
Cool.
If I may jump in here, so you asked about the regulation and regulators, and laughed about politicians. So that side of the equation takes a long time. If we look at the International Maritime Organization, 170 plus countries involved, they all have to agree. It takes a little bit longer than us agreeing on concrete project between Stockholm and Turku or the Vaasa line route. So let's focus on doing things, because we can do things. We have good examples here. Viking Line is now working on developing greenish, almost green route, and same thing for Vaasa-Uumaja. So let's just do it.
Okay.
And make it future-proof,
And perhaps,
so that we can jump
yes, there
to
is
different directions.
and there is the IMO, of course, but then again, a lot of things can be done on EU level, are being done.
Yep.
And and there are maritime regulations coming. There is transport emission regulation being developed. There is sustainability related. So what you're saying that basically things can be done. We don't have to wait for the regulations.
We don't have to wait, and they will come there, and we have lots of regulation in place. It's just really complex to use it for your risk management.
Yeah, IMO. Yeah, we know the challenges with IMO and also with the European Union, but we also need to think about locally in Finland. The regulations calling Finnish ports, it should be environmental friendly supporting calls, and not giving penalty fees, or not having a different taxes on the calls on the Finnish port if you have a new state-of-the-art environmental friendly vessel, or if you don't have it, you should have it in line. You have to benefit somehow by calling an environmental friendly vessel at the Finnish port. And Turku-Stockholm route vessels, which we have invested totally in 2 vessels in 10 years' time, 450 million roughly. We cannot invest on that heavily. It's the question of life for the company. We need to be certain, we need to be so certain as possible when we go to the next generation vessel, next generation carrier, what fuel can be used or needs to be used. That's why the legislation is a key issue. If we choose A and then the legislation says that you only can use C, then we missed it, and we invested a few hundred millions, and
Precisely.
that's a big gamble.
Yeah.
Of course,
and that's the
well,
same thing as using which carbon you choose to use. I mean, potentially carbon, if we stop using fossil, will actually be a scarce resource. And I think that's something we need to think about in society, what will happen, because most carbon that can be captured and reused is probably in 30 years' time or so going to have to be used if we want to be able to continue in the same kind of life standards that we have at the moment. We are extremely dependent on carbon in the society today.
Precisely, we really need to think of the entire chain, and including also, because what Harri mentioned this about port fees. I mean, they are one element here, but I think that's a good example of a kind of hidden. There can be hidden fossil subsidies, as you said, Staffan.
Yeah.
Some are explicit, but some are sort of hidden because they are just forgotten there in the system.
Back on this cooperation, I mean, thinking a bit further ahead, what we have seen and what we have discussed a lot in this development project workshops is that this could actually be the business model as such could also be an export product for the joint industries.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there again, we need the government to work with us, because then that could be the sort of, call it the Finnish model or a Baltic model, which we could export to other parts of the world where you, for example, are not competing with any shipping line. And that could be a sort of driver also for further cooperation within the industry here in Finland, supported naturally by the ministry.
Okay, so I mean, so you're saying that we could export the entire concept, a platform.
The business model.
Yeah. And the technologies.
Yeah, I mean that includes then how the legislation, rules, safety issues, infrastructure building, the vessels. Naturally, we would like to do those.
It's like going. So you could go to some, let's say, Mediterranean country and tell them, okay, tell the companies, tell the cargo owners that this is how you price, this is sort of pricing, this is how you do the cost sharing, and also maybe to ports and authorities that this is how it should be regulated. A comprehensive package.
Yeah, these are the investments you need to look at and what is available locally.
One thing I think also regarding the Nordics and what we can export, if we look at up until just the last year or so, the maps on projects regarding Power to X projects, as it's called, e-fuels and so, they stopped somewhere in northern Estonia or maybe in the best case southern Finland, but usually Finland and most parts of Sweden and Norway aren't even a part of the discussion globally, because we have not been communicating what we're up to, what we're doing, and the benefits we have, and so on. So it's also a question of us sort of saying, "Hey, we're here. We have potentially a lot of clean and hopefully inexpensive electricity that can be used, because it's electricity that will sort of be the base driver for a lot of this, in a sense, and that somehow we need to lift this and shout out also. So it's also a question of us, and that will help us get financing, private financing also into these things, so that we won't stand so much alone in a sense also.
Minna.
Yeah, I participated last week. Business Finland organized a Team Finland Day, and I met some of the ambassadors working in Europe and also Asia, and it was quite surprising also that ambassadors from Lithuania and Latvia, they said, or Hungary as well, they said that, okay, the consumers are not at all interested in the sustainable travel, that it's not an issue at all. So it's only the matter of price. So if you are the cheaper than the others, so then they just choose your vessel. And it was, you know, they are in the same European Union and they have the same facts and figures than we do, and they are kind of a close by. We're not talking about Cambodia or any Asian poor countries. We're talking about European countries, and the consumer awareness is not there. So that's why I said that it's a matter of communication. We need to be we need to shout about this loud. Starting from Finland, of course, because that's where my resources are. But then, of course, also wider in Europe. Exactly.
We have to create the demand.
Yeah.
Harri and Riku.
Yeah, about the price. I need to explain myself when I said it's extremely expensive to use biofuel. Yes, in general, it is more expensive than the current one. Forgive me not using steel as an example, but if you take a consumer cargo coming or going from Finland, when you calculate the more cost which using more environmental friendly fuel, biofuel, to transport over sea and on the roadside, how much will it be per piece if it's a coffee package, or if it's a breakfast cereal, or if it's how many breakfast cereals you can have in one lorry, which is 25 meter long. We're talking about thousands. And then when you divide the extra cost per the package, then we're talking about the marginal, more expensive things. So at the end of the day, we consumers have the key partly to make a change. When we start buying, if you can see from the package that it's been transported or logistically or produced more environmental friendly, and we start using and buying these things, then it will be more in everyday's life, and it will grow. The corridors will be more than just our good start here.
Exactly. So I mean, both when it comes to cargo and travel, we have consumers there at the end.
Yeah.
And if I think a bit sort of selfishly, as a Finn, as a Nordic citizen, in a way, if we could do what Mika says about having the entire business model, which would include this about engaging, creating the demand, we would not only provide the solution to reducing the emissions, we would actually do significant business.
Yeah.
Staffan, you were...
Yeah, regarding that, I must say that I'm a little bit pessimistic, unfortunately, also here in the Nordic countries, which are more progressive in this sense than most countries globally. Because, for example, one of our local 2 stores at home has stopped sourcing sustainable meat because people ask for it and then they have to throw it away. So they buy it and nobody buys it because they say it's too expensive. So people want it, but they're then not prepared to pay for it. So I think there is, and I think this also goes in industry. Industry sometimes asks for it, but is not prepared to take the extra cost that would be necessary to make it fly, because their customers in turn are not prepared to do it. So the willingness to pay is a true issue at the moment.
He was willing to pay.
Magnus, I want a quick comment on this, so that based on this discussion, people might think that, okay, let's make the green transportation and pay for it. But then from industry side, I have to say that Finland is a beautiful country, but the distance is not. So the main market is far away and the competition is really, really, really tough. And Finnish industry is playing roughly 12-13% on logistics, whereas the competition in main market is 4 to 5. So this is what we are dealing. We have to be really, really smart to be successful. And we want to go ahead with these green things, but we cannot give a carte blanche to everybody. Like it can be,
it has to be business driven.
Then there is no sales.
Yeah.
But I think there.
Sorry, he's not buying.
He is not buying.
No, but I think there it's really important.
We have to do it together and really smart moves.
Do it smart, do it together, and be open with what can be done and can't be done.
Exactly.
So that if in the worst case we just say, well, sorry, it won't work, and then we stop, or we say there's a gap here, potentially it can be subsidized in these first cases, or we find ways through creative engineering and good. I mean, there's so many really great engineers in the Nordics here. We can do a lot of things and minimize costs if we work on it, but then we have to know the prerequisites, and I think that communication needs to be more open than it is today, I think.
One issue that I know that we've been discussing both with you at SSAB and Viking Line is that getting a sort of a receipt or some kind of document showing that these were our emissions, because you need it in order to market your products, and of course Viking Line you need it, and I believe you get it from your fuel supplier. How does this work today, and what kind of system should be? I mean, and similarly, in a sense, what kind of information reassurance do passengers need in order to know that it really is?
Yeah, well, I can start because we haven't done it yet. We'll do it next week. What we're planning, hopefully it works out well. The subcontractor which is supplying us the LBG together with LNG has promised us a certificate, a proof of delivery, which then we have possibility of copying and informing our client, which then is a subcontractor to hopefully to SSAB, and that's how we doing. If somebody wants to see it personally live to be feel the vessel, that's probably can be done as well. But I hope the proof of delivery, because we will be monitored. The supplier who supplies us the LNG and LBG is monitored already. They are certified, and the delivery comes and we get the approval of it. So we cannot do anything we cannot do something that we are not telling. So what we're doing, we're telling, and that's what we give the proof of delivery and the certificate of the. And where does it come from? It's extremely important for some of clients to know where does the LPG come from.
In geographically, you mean?
Geographically, yes.
Could you explain a bit more on that?
Yeah, well, people ask for it. I already know that some of clients, we want to know the origin of the LPG geographically, and hopefully also what kind of biomass has been used to produce it. And that's what we have to do. And that's what our subcontractor has promised us, informing us about.
Some products are already, I have to say that some product groups are done by biodiesel, even the sea transportation part, and I can confirm it's really expensive. And the whole chain has been certified by an outside certificate agent, and then this is enough then for our customers as well, as long as we follow the protocol according to certification. So it's going correctly.
Yeah, for the vessels as well, there are audits and certificates you need for the operation. So not only for the construction, but when you operate the vessel, of course you have quite a lot of paperwork to do to prove that what you have, which kind of fuels and how much.
Unfortunately, for the private consumer, we can't give a certificate that this much this day has been.
They have to trust you.
Yeah, they have to trust us, and then of course we give out the environmental reports annually. So there is the reporting then for the consumer side.
But if consumers asked for it, I mean, would it be possible to have some, for example, on the receipt or something?
A diploma. They get probably you got also a receipt that you have paid 4 years for fuel. So, but then when that money has been used in our vessels, I don't know, maybe I suppose the diploma would then cost us a little bit more than this 4 euros to produce, but
well, I mean,
we haven't decided yet, but the plan is that it is the annual environment report that shows us or shows then the consumers that how much it has been used, how much we have got the fees, and how much we have used for the biogas, and when, and for which vessels, of course.
Harri, what you just said about that customers are asking about where the fuel comes from actually raised a thought that I've been having here now, that when we talk about sustainability, and I mean now we've been talking about reducing emissions a lot, but actually it all comes to sort of relates to the question of sustainable travel. And so, I mean, one thing about renewable fuels is that contrary to most fossil fuels, if we just count in volumes, are produced quite often produced in countries that are, let's say, just less democratic. And sort of we skip Norway, then it's basically mostly in a way. Do you think this could be turned into a competitive advantage, part of marketing and communication, that sort of by traveling, using this fuel, not only are you reducing emissions, you're actually not funding some unnamed dictatorship attacking its neighboring country?
It's a new idea. We haven't thought it really that way because we're not buying anything from that side of the Baltic Sea. What would be very optimal, which we have talked about it, that we do have some circular economy ideas in for the future. Some of the food stuff which is not consumed to 100% on board, we already use that to provide some biogas for the transports in the bus traffic in Sweden. We could hopefully in the longer run find a way to use that as our own fuel in one day. But currently, when we buying the LBG, is not produced locally. It comes from the European origin, most likely continental Europe or southern Scandinavian places. But of course, we're starting, we developing, we want to be first, we want to be environmental friendly. We're getting there, but we have to start from somewhere.
I'm going to ask Heikki, I mean, if Viking Line can sort of produce this information about sort of more than just emissions, really sort of on the, let's say, footprint, handprint, can you utilize that kind of information in your marketing?
Yeah, we can, and some of our customers are really asking for it if they want to pay a small premium also for transport, or we choose to do so. And this is really good beginning. I'm happy to hear that it's starting next week, and I'm very sure that we'll look into that deeply.
Piku.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to ask other panelists here about sustainability in general. So sustainability is much more than carbon footprint or handprint. So when we look at ESGs like environmental, social and governance, sustainability topics and such. For example, for me personally, when I'm dealing with maritime and ports activities of ours, we focus mainly on the carbon footprint and handprint right now because that's the burning platform. At the same time, we try to keep other ESGs in the picture because those have to be handled also, and other emissions than carbon.
Yeah.
So how do you look at the big picture of sustainability, and is the carbon now 98% of the focus, or how would you define it?
Well, if I started a lot, of course, a lot has been done during the last couple of decades to reduce the emissions other than the carbon emissions. So, I mean, the legislation has been brought forward, and the shipping industry has acted responsibly on this. And of course, we still need to continue the development when we're talking about ships, development of the efficiency. So that to reduce in general the energy consumption. So that needs to be kept in mind definitely as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely for us, we have officially communicated targets on biodiversity, for example. Of course, being a large hydropower producer, biodiversity is a serious issue for us and has been for a long time. Which is, I mean, it's costly to work with. We have to do it. So we have targets on that. We have, of course, not only our own carbon footprint, but also Scope 3, and so whatever we cause is in our targets also. And then the social responsibility, definitely so. So I would say that, I mean, I was leading already 21 years ago a social sustainability network within the company. So we've been thinking about these things for quite a while actually in the company.
In our company, so all greenhouse gases are targeted in our own production, and then Scope 3, actually science-based Scope 3 targets will be published now first quarter 2024. This is we are working on that at the moment, and then there's being a Swedish company as well as Finnish, so this social responsibility is enormously important in the company.
Yeah, please. Please fill in. But we started the environmental work already. Yeah, when we started the business, I would say. But as far as I can recall, as 80s we started. We had the shore power. We've been washing we have not used any toxic paint on the bottom painting on the vessels. We've been brushing the vessels. It's an ongoing business to be more environmental friendly all the time, and now we come the state where we are from LNG to LBG. What will be next? Everything is important for us when it comes to the environmental friendliness, and especially to take care of the Baltic Sea. Today is the Baltic Sea Day. Which we should highlight, that the Baltic Sea is extremely important. It's for us and it's for all of us in Finland and in Sweden to take care of the Baltic Sea. Everything regarding the environment is important. Now, yes, now we are talking about the CO2 emissions. It's because our clients demand, and that's where we're coming from. And
But you're also creating that demand.
yeah,
You want them to talk about it.
naturally. But of course, we have the food stuff, all the material used on the vessels. Everything is taken into consideration. Please feel free.
Well, we are talking about logistics, but we're also a service company. The clients are coming to buy their experiences, and that's why our staff is really important for us, because they are the ones who create the experience for our clients. And together with our clients, we then improve our services and also the product that they are then in the future buying. So it's kind of a circle that we need our clients and our staff serve them and so on. So the social responsibility is really important for us. And of course we have staff from all over the world, and then of course the land organization and the vessel organization are quite different or separate, but still, working together with each other to create the best possible experience for the clients. So the social responsibility is really important for us as well.
Magnus, I have a comment. So we have some over 100 logistics service providers that we cooperate with, and we made a survey amongst them that what their capabilities are regarding this emission. Getting rid of emissions and how they can report them and what the status is in this and what plans are in the future. And I'm happy to say that in Finland, most of the companies have good standards, way of working, plans to reduce. But then there were some that said that this doesn't concern us at all. And now with them we have some difficulty to find a room for cooperation in the future.
That's quite shocking, actually.
That's shocking.
It's good to hear that the majority, but
but now actually in tenders, so we are having this as a decision criteria. That must be some kind of a...
Yeah, that's good to hear.
But I think if
Last comments, Sir Staffan.
If we go to the biosphere, just stick to that for a short while. I think one thing that we all have realized with much more clarity these last few years, which I think the researchers probably knew 20, 30, 40 years ago, is how everything interacts. I mean, that climate change is not isolated from biodiversity, and sound pollution is not isolated either from any of these. So they're all sort of in. And that was one thing I really reacted to now, getting back to Viking Line there, is that how silent Viking Glory was when I came here this morning. How extremely silent compared to older ships.
She is, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
We had a question out in the audience, Henrik.
I hope it's not ours. Who's asking. Then we're no problem.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Henrik Ringbom. I'm a maritime law professor here at Åbo Academy. This is very interesting discussion, but I feel that there is an elephant in the room in a way which comes from the regulatory side. When we talk about the greening of maritime transport, of course, the main tool that has been developed for the purpose is the European Emission Trading Scheme and the inclusion of shipping into that system as from next year, which in a way is supposed to deal with many of these problems and challenges that you have been talking about. Now, however, if we're talking about this particular corridor now, half of those emissions are not going to be included if we are to believe the government program. I know Viking Line and other companies have been lobbying hard to get an exemption from all trade between the Finnish mainland and Åland, which is half or more than half if we talk about Helsinki. Basically not to pay any carbon charges for that route. And in view of this, I wonder if the customers are so green and conscious of carbon footprints and isn't there a risk that this type of policy from your side or the other companies as well, and from the politicians may backfire in looking as if you will not take this green challenge seriously if there is a chance to use an exemption, which, by the way, was designed for a completely different type of purpose. That exemption was designed for the Greek islands.
So are you saying that it's a kind of a subsidy for using fossil fuels?
Yes.
So it would take away competitive advantage from biofuels?
Yeah. We're not selling halfway trips. We're selling one leg between Finland and Sweden. If you want to use the biofuel, you have to pay for the entire trip, regardless of the ETS coming in force next year. And yes, there will be it will be a little cheaper in the beginning for the ETS fees for some period of time, but it's a short term in a longer term development. But it can be seen as a subsidiary for the fossil fuel. But I'm convinced that the clients are wise enough to choose the correct fuel type for their transport.
Precisely. So it's not just government regulation. It's also about really is about industry and consumers at the end of doing the right thing.
I was telling to some of the colleagues the other day that I see this change from LNG to LBG a more drastic change for our company than when we started using LNG. LBG is a big step for us. And
I think that actually sums it up very nicely. And I'd like to thank the panelists very much, and of course also the audience here. And for those continuing to the conference on Green Corridors, there's a bus waiting outside, and we'll be going for lunch at Hamburger Börse, and that's where we also continue for the conference. And those who are going by car, I suggest that you put your car in the Tori parking, because there you can get easily to the hotel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiitoksia hyvästä keskustelusta.
Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sajanne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuus pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin. Se tehtiin järjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä. Ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös Artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sä, Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistaa panoksia investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sä, Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Jos Janne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistaa panoksia investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sä Janne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Missio valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuus pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistaa panoksia investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä. Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa.
Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Janne, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
So, welcome to the panel discussion, how to accelerate green transition with infrastructure investments. My name is Kim Wikström. I'm professor in industrial engineering and management at Åbo Academy University. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to discuss about a topic that has such a big impact on our future. Research has shown that up to 60-70% of the green transition is dependent on the infrastructure investments that will be done now and in the future. That's a big number. And the state, cities and municipalities have a major responsibility in the financing and implementation of infrastructure projects. Today we ask how we can speed up the process to implement infrastructure for the benefit of especially green transition, but also, of course, considering economic and social benefits. And especially how to select and identify what is really a green transition or an infrastructure that somehow supports green transition. New challenges are brought by digitalization, stronger integration of infrastructure to the built environment, and again, the emphasized need to generate social benefit. We will next week hear about the new budget for Finland, and public funding is not enough. It has been estimated that up to 50% of all infrastructure investments will be done with involvement from private funding. This demands closer collaboration between public and private organizations and to find trustful ways of working together. These are some of the topics that we are going to address now during this panel discussion, and I'm especially happy to present our distinguished panel here today. This is really panelists who are not only have expertise in this area, but especially these are the people who also have leadership and make decisions that are pioneer in building up avenues for enhancing green transformation. So first of all, Minna Arve, Mayor of City of Turku, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to be here.
Yes, great to have you here. And I have been listening to you now also yesterday and today when you have had your opening speech, and you have very much emphasized the role of cities in regarding infrastructure and somehow also enhancing green transition. And therefore I would like to ask you how you and your team, how do you consider green transition when you make decisions about future new infrastructure investments in Turku?
Well, first of all, I have to say that why cities are so important and why cities matter is that around 70% of the people will be living in cities in near future. And again, some 70% of emissions are created in cities. So it really matters what cities does regarding to climate, regarding to circularity, regarding the green transition. And that's why I keep telling that you have to remember cities also while discussing, planning actions and also take as a partner to do these things together. And how we see and consider in the city of Turku the green transition, it's of course many things. First of all, there is of course our economical situation, our budgeting, how we plan our investments into infrastructure. A big share of our investment is going to infrastructure anyway. We have counted that some 2 billion euros will be spent in our city and including also our own companies. That's the whole, the whole Turku city concern. We are having, during the 4 years period, 2 billion euro investments. Out of those, nearly 1.3 billion euros will be used to green transition in many ways. So while we are planning our investments, we are taking into consideration how they are against the European Union taxonomy, which is a very great tool for us to evaluate if our investments are green transition, if they are really green investments. And this is the first starting point, that there is this economic framework. But then again, the other big framework is why to do this. So then we come to this sustainability, we come to circular economy, how we want to enhance it, because it's not only the reducing emissions, but it's also because we need to change our way of thinking the economy as such. And we have to take care of those materials which are already in use and use them again and again and again. So we can do wise decisions in that way too. And the third part is that we need to be thinking about things and issues, of course, for our residents. and why it's important for them. Why, for instance, green mobility is important, green public transport is important. It's actually because it makes people's life, everyday life, easier. It makes our air cleaner. It makes our archipelago sea cleaner. So these are the actual motivations why we are doing it. We are doing it for the people.
Great, thanks. And then moving over to the national level, and then we have Minna Kivimäki. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you are Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Transportation and Communication, and I know that you have been very active in also supporting and bringing expertise for the new government program that has now been released, and your ministry has a very central role in this part. So what are your initial guidelines of how we can accelerate green transformation with smart infrastructure investments?
Well, thank you first of all for having me. It's very nice to be here with the colleagues, and I think we share very much the same motivation at the national level than the cities does. And I think looking at it from the national level, cities, they do matter from our perspective as also. So I think it's very good to be here to discuss this. Well, I think I would look at it from different angles, perhaps, your question, first of all. I think in general, and I don't think that's the focus today, but I think for accelerating green transition, I think the kind of investments to the clean energy production are really the key, I think, cross sectors, and we need to really be very vigilant on that front. But then, of course, I'm looking at it from my perspective. First of all, the one angle is to look at it within the transport sector, the green transition within the transport sector, and I think there we need investments to the infrastructure in general for all modes. Of course, we need investments in rail infrastructure as a sustainable mode of transport. Then we need actually investments for the recharging and refueling networks of the transport services. So that's very much something that we are looking now, and they have to be very much hand in hand with the transport network investments. And then we need within transport sector we need investments to digital solutions. So to optimize and make more efficient the use of the current and existing networks. And then we need also within the transport sector investments into the data-driven solutions. And I mean that what we are planning to do is to have a kind of digital twin of the whole of the transport system is something that will in future actually very much enable us then to make wise choices when we make infrastructure investment decisions. And secondly, of course, I look at it from the communications point of view, and I think that for all the sectors, investments into digital and solutions and digital infrastructure, whether it's the hard digital infrastructure, that is the kind of networks, or then the more soft digital infrastructure, which is the data-driven, enabling the data-driven solutions. I think these will be something that will generate a lot of green transition accelerating solutions as well. So this is one aspect that we are looking at it. And then, of course, both transport and digital investments, which are kind of the core business for our ministry, are there and will be very much needed to kind of support investments in other crucial green transition investments in other sectors, like for the industry. I think we need, and I think our mission is very much to make sure that Finland is working well for citizens and for industry and for businesses. And for both transport and telecom and digital solutions are there actually to kind of keep Finland working and running. And I think, so we have a kind of also this kind of a role to bring this about.
Thanks. Very interesting to see that you were emphasizing quite a lot this digital and also this revitalization and strengthening existing infrastructure, because I was actually asking, everyone is probably doing it today, asking ChatGPT, before this panel, that what is a green transformation enhancing infrastructure, and they didn't really mention a lot of new things. It was very much enhancing existing. So clearly you are also on the same path, so thank you. And then we have Erkko Ryynänen, Chief Investment Officer, Alternative Investments from OP Asset Management. Welcome, Erkko.
Thank you.
And I know that you have been working for a very, very long time, also looking from the institutional investors and so on, how private money could also be part of these infrastructure investments. So what is your initial proposals of how we could accelerate this green transformation, especially also seen from your angle?
Okay. Yeah, well, proposal is probably too far-fetched at this point, but yeah, that's true. I've been obviously working for the investments for quite some, almost 25 years, and first in sort of a insurance company and pension fund concept, and now in the asset management concept. And yeah, we just raised a long-term infra fund from Finnish institutional investors, our investors. And we raised 260 million of capital. It's very long-term capital. It's sort of evergreen fund, which is designed to be a kind of a partner for public sector or private sector into long-term infra projects where the sort of a strategic investor is probably needed. And we see lots of opportunities across different sectors. Obviously, the public sector is somewhat obviously challenging in times with the decision making and sort of the readiness of the projects. But we see lots of the opportunities given the investment and capex needs. You mentioned just previously, like my colleagues mentioned just previously. The good question is really the determination of how to determine green investment. Now, when we're looking now our current investment portfolio and pipeline, and I just made a bit of a calculation about the investment teams, what sort of how much of the investments will sort of fall into the different investment teams. And green transition theme was about 40% of the investment opportunities we have at the moment. But obviously the question is, what is green? Mm-hmm. and not all investments are green, and that need to be remembered as well. The other 40 is, by the way, digitalization, and rest 20 what we call kind of essentials running services, like water and district heating or things like that. But what we mean by green is really, or what I mean by green is really, what has been the key driver in the investment decision we made? What was really the kind of the driver behind the return we get out of it? Would this investment would we made a positive decision had we not green transition? And that's sort of labeled as a green, and that can be various different things. For us, it's now currently, it's obviously energy storage is very important, but transport as well. And there are multiple sectors, both rail and maritime. Waste management, there are quite few opportunities there. And obviously electricity transmission as a big one theme. So that's sort of in a broad sense of things.
Yeah, thanks. And now also we have a new government program that has been released, and of course it's interesting to hear your views, especially how much that support infrastructure investments that then also supports this green transformation. I did a quick word search. 3 times green transition was mentioned, and 21 I think it was the sustainability. Okay, we can say is that enough or not, but some people claim that the program is more enhancing or putting more efforts into growth and the economic situation in Finland. But Minna, you from could you have been actively participating in this, so what is your comments on the program, especially from this infrastructure point of view?
Yes, I haven't been, of course, been involved in writing the government program, but our role is actually to provide information and data for those that are negotiating it, and that we were very actively involved, and there was a lot of hearings, and that was very good, I think. A very open process in that sense, the whole drafting of the government program, and I think that. Well, if you do the word search, I think you could also look at the clean, mentioning of the clean transition, clean energy, clean transport. I think they are really aiming at the same, and I think that's very important. Of course, I think the overall framework where the government is now looking at things is, of course, the dire situation of the finances of the government of Finland, and I think more in general in world. I think this, of course, kind of creates the framework for everything we do. So we need to kind of really, I think everybody has to make their own contribution to getting this right, and all sectors must do their part in taking this into account. But then I see that there is really a will to make investments, very focused investments in areas that are really important, and kind of then creating the kind of circumstances for also the growth, as you said, that's very much mentioned there, and I think there is a real focus on that.
Yes.
Because of course that's very important for getting the finances in order, is to get growth, and there is actually a 4 billion euros investment program where from which around 3 billion euros is earmarked for the transport sector. So that's a big contribution towards that, and we are now looking into how that will be then implemented in a best possible way to get the best return, and that will be financed through the sale of state owned assets. This is a big program that we are looking into. Then in the government program, we were very happy to see that there has been acknowledgement that we need to look at the transport infrastructure financing anew. And there is actually a mandate to start a comprehensive reform of transport financing and taxation. It's not an easy question. It will be a very complex project, and I think it will take this government period to get it kind of all the angles right. But that's very important mandate. I think that's something that I think will kind of show us the new opportunities. Yes. And I think when we have the very kind of strict financial situation in the government budget, then we actually need to think very much openly on other solutions. Then I think the other aspect, apart from putting really investments into the economy, is that the government program is very, I think, very much focusing on creating the environment for investments. So there is a kind of, for instance, permit procedures is very much looked into so that we can be, from the government side, kind of facilitating investments as much as we can. There is a very strong industrial policy. There is a cross-ministerial investment task force that will be looking into this. And then there is a strong RDI, research and innovation, I think, contribution as well. So I think there are many things that you can look that actually work into this same direction.
What about from Turku's point of view? I mean, both the government program and now this so-called MAL process, this land use, housing and transport agreements, as far as I understand, that will now continue. I mean, that's a agreement between the state and 9 cities, if I understand it right. And from Turku's point of view, do you have any specific priorities that you can even mention that you see here now, or is it too early? And your comments also on the government program.
Yes, that's a very good question, and I of course have some points, especially from Turku's point of view. Before that, I just want to comment on that green financing, because it's so important and so fascinating, the whole issue there. And I've been challenging, for instance, the Kuntarahoitus also to think about it, that all financing which is given kind of loaned from the cities and municipalities should be somehow made the criteria there that they are supporting EU taxonomy, and they are the investments are done according to the taxonomy and supporting green transition. Because, for instance, we have EIB, European Investment Bank, financing from ourselves for loaning, and we have worked a lot with them. It was a great opportunity to learn for us as well how we can then make our schools and daycare centers to be more sustainable, more energy efficient, and so on. And then we get a little bit cheaper money, and that's kind of perfect idea what I think, how to follow the money. Yeah. But 3 points from the governing program from my side. I would say greener mobility, easier access, industrial strategy, and then this R&D financing increase. And concrete examples from there. I think this accessibility is in Finland especially, it's really, really important. It's very important for us here in Turku region. While we think that we are the gateway to the Europe and middle of everything, somehow the other part of Finland seems to think that we are a little bit far away. And that's why also for us within the Finland, the accessibility for us is very important. But also while Finland being a kind of island, the accessibility from abroad is extremely important. And that's why I think it's very, very good that there is concrete written in the governing program, for instance, this Western connectivity speed train between Helsinki and Turku area. And we are looking forward very much to be in discussing how that will be starting. There will be also a lot of possibilities to have European financing there from the CEF tool or whatever it's in English. And that should be putting now the applications already during this autumn. So it will be quite quickly coming up. And I hope to discuss this bit a little bit more with other Minna here also. But that's somehow, I think it's very important, not only this specific train line, which is important for us, but this kind of accessibility thinking in Finland. The other one, which is really important, I think very interesting as well, is this that new government will do an industrial strategy. And there are a lot of interesting points there, but I have one very specific maybe wish or kind of note that we have a lot of support for new business ideas while they are in the starting point. But while the companies are in that level, that they would be able to scale up in industrial level, that innovation, we don't have anymore that kind of national support so much. And I've been discussing with quite many companies now while they are planning to invest that industrial scale production to some other country, while all the kind of fruits from that innovation support that was already being given by the government, different tools, or somehow being created here in Finland, will be then taken from other countries. And this is not very wise policy from Finland, and that's maybe something to discover and think about within this strategy, that how we will ensure that this also industrial scale production will be here in Finland. This goes especially to new kind of innovations for circular development or a new energy kind of plans. And my third kind of point, which is very much related to all of this, is this, which Minna already mentioned here, this R&D financing, where it's not only the government agreement, but it's also, according to my understanding, very wide parliamentary understanding also that it will be increased to the 4%. And how that money will be spent is crucial, that it will create permanent kind of well-being and create this kind of activities within companies that they will be able to scale up and create new innovations which support both digital transition, green transition, and most of all that kind of, how it would be in English, this kind of having all kind of critical know-how and production also here in Finland, what we consider that it's really critical to be here or in European level.
What about, I know that tram is a question not only in Turku, but in many other cities also. So how do you position, for example, a tram project regarding both the MAL process and also green transition? Has there been any discussions regarding that? I mean, both in Helsinki region, there's a lot of tram projects and...
I'm waiting for the MAL point, but but still, of course, it's both. It's for us, it's part of this whole mobility system here. It's trams, it's buses within the public transport, it's trains, local trains, and of course these connections to the national level train system. So they are all the part of the same mobility service network, and for you and me, It should be so that you can buy the ticket from the same application. At the moment, it's not possible, but it should be so that it's also easier for the people to use it, and then we will get more people to use public transport, and that's a sustainable way to move around while it's possible, but it has to be easy for the people as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Erkko, your comments on the government program.
Yeah, well, probably I would take note about the government being a sort of a facilitating private investment. I think you cannot emphasize that too much. It's very important for us to see the kind of we don't want to compete with the government money, right? We want to be actors with our own right to be there involved and finance these green investments. And when it comes to the financing and the ability to or sort of whether we have the money for the investment, I can guarantee that there's enough money for these investments. Money is not the problem. The problem is really the real resources we have. It's about the labor, land use, mineral, whether we have enough real economy resources to push through this transition, which means massive capex all around the globe and massive competition of these scarce resources. And there, I would sort of encourage when we are discussing about whether it's public money or private money to take, obviously I have a conflict here, or I have an interest here, but to think about what could sort of a private money bring in terms of sort of efficiency and efficient allocation of those scarce resources, because that's going to be the bottleneck, not the financing. And they're sort of new innovative ways to bring private sector involved to make sure that these investments are done in right investments in a right way and efficient manner, and that's sort of that is happening in the renewables as we speak, and we can see it all over the place. Private money, it's a massive amount of private money all over the places where the conditions are right. And private money is really, putting those projects in the priority order, and therefore we get more megawatts with less resources, and that is what we need.
Yeah, because it's interesting that we know that, as I said in the beginning, that 50% of the funding will probably be private. We know it's very much in the energy sector that we have it, but also now with this government program that you, Minna, pointed out, that this comprehensive reform of transport financing. So it was very much now targeting to transport also, that we try to find new ways of financing transport. And that's of course an interesting question that, it has been discussed for a long time, and we know that there are certain countries who, we have also made quite a lot of research on that some use also the private funding as a channel. Normally something like 15 to 20% of the overall public funding for transportation can be private. But there are challenges, of course, to create this type of collaboration. So how do you, what are your comments on how could private investors and actors be involved in accelerating the green transition? So what is your take on that? If you take from the national level first.
Yes, if I start, I absolutely agree that we need the private money.
Okay,
public money will not do this, the green transition or the digital transition. But then when I look at it from different sectors, and then I think that's why the transport sector has been identified in the government program, especially, is that the transport sector has been really maybe the most challenging. The telecom, the digital sector is already very much privately invested. It's actually almost 100% privately invested because it's a market-based solution in Finland, and it's actually a very rare situation globally. I think in even many European countries now, when they are thinking about the investments for the 5G network and so on, they are really thinking about public investments. And for us, it's there, and it's market-based, and there's no public money. But it has a very long history, actually, and a very, I think also very long tradition of creating this investment environment.
Exactly.
So there's the market system that we have, then we have a very wide spectrum policy. So there's a lot of things that you have to do to kind of facilitate investments from the private sources. So I think that's why I took it up also from the government program, that I think it's very important that the message is that we try to kind of look into different things that will actually be obstacles for investments and try to facilitate that in general. But then transport is a very kind of specific sector, and I think we have been for years, as you said, Kim. I think there has been a lot of studies. We have done a lot of ourselves in the ministry, the academy, and together with different actors, a lot of studies, and I think the concrete applications will always come to this, that the money is more expensive if you put it from the private. So there is a bigger rate of interest, there is a bigger rate of return requirement for the... But I think it's a quite narrow way of looking into it, and I hope that now when we have this mandate of looking into this kind of comprehensive reform, that we are able to look at a bit more out of this thinking. I know it's there, and I think the economic viability, if you calculate, and it was just, I think, last winter that we did with the Ministry of Finance a study on those, and it was not very very positive or encouraging towards this kind of investment. So there is always this, but I think that what you could get is also more efficient use of money, more efficient cost efficiency, more innovation perhaps, and we need to look into that. And also then to see what you can do with the money that the government is not putting into the transport infrastructure. There's always some other area that the government needs to put money in, and I think we need to think it in a more holistic way. But that's a very big job, as I said, and I will be a very complex project. But we are very ready to do it from our part, and I think it's necessary, and we, especially now when we have a very tough financing situation budget-wise, I think we need to look into it. And also in the future, because now when all the kind of parameters of transport taxation are in fluctuation actually because of the electrification and things like that, I think we need to actually look into this very carefully now. And we have in transport sector examples. We have the airport network in Finland. It's operated by a state-owned company, but still, so that can be actually the investments and the projects have been financed in a different model, so there's no state funding there. So there are examples. Ports, you mentioned maritime. Ports are also operated by companies.
We're very willing to invest in ports.
Yes, and normally owned by municipalities, but that's still, even they're publicly owned companies, then it creates possibilities. So I think we need to have a kind of very thorough look, and even look at all the kind of studies and all the data we have. And I think to kind of surmount the obstacles for the future.
Yeah, maybe I will very, very briefly continue on that. And it was very good to hear that the will is there to sort of look for these new opportunities. And I want to emphasize that not all the investment projects are good for private sector, right? Because there are complexities that we bring. There are lots of lawyers, lots of investment bankers, and also asset managers. We sort of bring new you need to set up new companies. You need sort of a long-term contracts. You need to agree about the revenue streams and costs and risks and inflation and all that stuff. It's a complex set of things. You need to agree. But then there are sort of quite natural things, and I would start from those companies mentioned. Obviously, the utilities there are already companies, ports, airports, and then obviously the rail system as a whole. We probably see some more competition in the rails. Those kind of things, which are kind of a low-hanging fruits for the cooperation. So you shouldn't sort of push it in all the fronts. You need to sort of be a bit kind of nimble in order to identify the right things. But we are more than willing to, and I'm really glad to hear about the concept of opportunity cost from the public sector, because that's the most important concept in economics and most sort of wrongly understood almost. And that's very important to understand the sort of the scarce amount of resources.
And I think it's interesting now because there's lack of money and so on, but at the same time also I think in order to get into this type of process, it's very much a question about building up competence, trust among the partners,
Yes.
and really learn. And therefore, I think one of the crucial questions is how can we find suitable pilot projects that can somehow learn both from the public side, with the help from maybe from research, and then also from the private side, and which type of actors from the private side are often we mention institutional investors, pension funds, and so on, that they more, but there is a lot of different discussions around that. But I think that it's, as you said, there has been done a lot of studies, but now it's probably the time to try to identify what are the suitable projects with the right risk profile and so on. So what do you think, seen from, again, maybe a little bit from the MAL process, 9 cities will discuss now with the ministers about priorities. The list will probably be too long, not enough money. Could some of them be also, from your point of view, so how do you see on this private financing and funding of some of these?
Especially coming to this discussion still about private funding, which is of course extremely important, and it's without it we would be nowhere. But still there are some lacks in there where the profit expectations in the first stage are not so high, or then we are going or trying to make this kind of big transition towards circular economy, then there are these early ages times when the public money is the one who is pushing the transformation in the first place. And I would love to see private money. I've been thinking about it when it will come, for instance, while we are discussing about, I'm really sorry, can't remember what's the word in English, but for instance, which is also for us, it's a saving of our archipelago sea, but when within there we are discussing how these lanta from the agriculture manure, how it will be transferred from this area where we had a lot of that kind of places where you could have it more than enough, for those places where there is not enough, and then we have a sustainable use of and based on circularity. And that's not viable because the transition of that material is so expensive.
We have actually discussed about one project related to that, and it was too early stage for us.
Or the textile circulation, these kind of things where you're trying to figure out what is the viable business model. So that was my message in the first place. So very good. But then coming to maybe this MAL process, mobility, living, and land use process, it's been very good tool between big cities and government to agree certain shared objectives, shared goals, how we will intensify the use of land in the big city areas, how we will, how to say, a little bit share the responsibilities with the different municipalities on those areas and regions, and how we will put those mobility goals into action in the regional level. Of course, it's nice that we have more than 6 or 4 regions nowadays included into that process, but unfortunately there were no extra money coming into that process, so it actually means that now it's a little bit more like bits and pieces for everyone, where you have the effectiveness is not that good. And still the biggest emissions or the biggest challenges regarding the land use is in those most biggest city areas. So this is a little bit kind of struggling here out also, which is reasonable for political reason, and which is reasonable for use of money reasons and setting goals and achieving those goals. But I think it's a good process. I think it's a good tool. You mentioned tram earlier, for instance. The mobility is one big area in this process where we actually are discussing how and how we should develop our regional mobility service system as a whole, and tram is one part of there. Absolutely necessary for cities is to have the promise from the government that the 30% that has been already earlier kind of habit to support the cities in investment will be in also the future projects, because otherwise those projects are not going to happen.
Yeah, if I continue from there, I don't have any promises to you today, but we are actually starting next week launching the new negotiating period of the kind of new term of the agreements, and we absolutely agree that the agreements are a very good tool, and we need them. And I think maybe also that they shouldn't be kind of one size fits all. So the cities are different in those agreements as well. And we are now actually in the process of also looking into the government mandate for these negotiations. So I think we'll have to talk about this within that process. But I think, of course, you already have a very good targets in MAL agreements, and you have the kind of intelligent, climate-friendly urban areas that you are trying to create, and really to create a kind of urban structure that supports green transition. And when we talked about the government agreement, there is also I think there is a phrase that says that we need to kind of build more strong link between the actual measures and the targets in the agreements, and that's something that we will be, I think, looking together. And from our perspective, I think there is an opportunity for alternative financing models also there, but I think that's something that we need to look. And I just want to say very kind of clearly that I have no illusion that every project is suitable for that, or that it will be quite easy. So I think there are a lot of things that you need to look into when you go there. But I think in this MAL agreement framework, you could actually identify some. And yes, and I agree that we need to have a concrete pilots that we kind of test something. The other thing that where you can find this is actually we have now the 12-year transport system planning in place. And actually, of course, I think the most attention has been to the project list always. But I think what is actually the most important thing is that it creates a kind of data and system that updates itself all the time, so that we can actually then see what are the most valuable projects for kind of getting into the objectives. And also I think that creates a tool to actually identify also at a national level, apart from the MAL agreements, those projects that could be actually viable for piloting.
First Erkko and then...
Very, very briefly, now is time. One idea that probably could be considered is a kind of a more active balance sheet management, if you like, from the private sector point of view. And one way to look at this is to free up capital from the the operations and assets that are sort of a low cost of capital, where the private sector can sort of beat them at the low cost of capital, and then therefore the capital rent will be lower, and then use it in the processes which are more complex and probably more riskier, and thereby sort of getting things done. So that's one sort of a thing. And particularly when you have operational assets, their private sector can bring benefits and efficiencies, and that can be one way to sort of to get around with finances.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of possibilities. A very interesting kind of trial here is these companies which have been set together with the state and the different municipalities, for instance, for the speed rail infrastructure planning at the moment. Maybe some kind of public-private companies could be used here also, but there should be also kind of sense for the cities and municipalities why it would be more better. And I think the effectiveness could be one kind of, you could set more time schedules, like shorter periods, or be more effective in purchasing and these kind of things.
And scaling up.
Yeah. So I think there is a lot of interesting possibilities in there.
Thank you, Minna, Erkko. I'm very impressed about the level of this discussion, and I encourage everyone to follow these, the next actions from these very important pioneers in this field. So a big thank you. Let's give them an applause. Thanks.
Yes, elikkä
Welcome to follow a discussion on minerals, strategic autonomy and Finland's position in the European Division of Labour. My name is Esa Suominen and I will be the moderator of this discussion. This has been arranged by Anglo-American Sakatti Company. And hello to all of you at the end of the stream. We have an all-male panel here, unfortunately, because Sara-Sofia Siren couldn't attend this because she's in Kesäranta, but we have experts here. Welcome Matias Mäkynen, Member of Parliament from the Social Democratic Party, and Paavali Kukkonen, Chief Economic Policy Advisor from the Confederation of Finnish Industries and the Managing Director of Sakatti Mining, Mr. Pertti Lamberg. And the aim is to talk for about 45 minutes about these themes: strategic autonomy, possible risks for Finland in terms of European Division of Labour and mineral autonomy. And the audience and listeners are also welcome to take part in this discussion. It's a bit dark here, but I hope that I will see if you raise your hands, and also through the internet you can put forward your questions to our panelists. Welcome everybody. It's nice to have you here, and you may also enter during the discussion, and you don't have to wait for the end of the panel if you feel that you have something that you'd like to say or ask from the panelists. But let's move on to the actual discussion. I'd like to open it by, well, if you listened to the morning sessions, strategic autonomy and position were themes discussed, and how do you understand this concept of strategic autonomy at EU level? Is this a theme that could somehow affect investment policies in Europe and for Finland? Well, in Finland and also elsewhere in Europe, this topic came up first because of the pandemic and then because of the war in Ukraine. We've been talking about how autonomous we are or self-sufficient in terms of raw material supply, and how dependent are we from the rest of the world, and what can we do ourselves. During the pandemic, we talked about supply of vaccinations, for example, and self-sufficiency in that terms. And now we're talking about energy and also research and development and self-sufficiency in those. And when I'm following the discussion about these topics, it always turns back to the trade war between China and the United States. And European Union is an outsider on global level. But of course in Europe, we normally think that everything is about Europe, and we tend to turn in and look at what's close to us, but it may have impact to all kinds of things in terms of self-sufficiency. What can we do if China doesn't want to support us with their own exports? What happens then? Okay, then Paavali, what's your viewpoint? Well, strategic autonomy is one of the very basic foundations of European investment policies. We need to be able to serve the needs of this autonomy. And maybe the starting point in business side has been that when this strategic autonomy, when it first was extended away from political areas, we feared that it would be a French industrial policy of supporting and subventing certain kinds of business areas, but later on we've realized that we need to develop these areas in order to become more resilient, able to cope with different kinds of crises at different levels. Of course, the problems with Russia are one aspect, and of course China, but we also need to consider other directions and areas so that we are not fatally dependent on any outsiders. Are you perhaps referring to the possible Trump presidency returning? Well, maybe yes, partially. Our starting point is that a strong network in terms of trade and economy in the world is reasonable, but we need to be able to decrease the dependencies and vulnerabilities. Then Pertti, as you lead one of the Finnish companies that is very active in this area, what do you think of strategic autonomy and investment policies? You can look at this from the viewpoint of a truly global company. So what do you think? Well, in terms of mining and investments, the significance of Europe has decreased, but it's clearly visible now that Europe is becoming more interesting and lucrative. And for example, the critical law regulations that have been proposed also give hope that the permitting processes that have been a barrier for investments, or at least has slowed them down will be improved. And Anglo-American has 2 projects in Europe, and we are exploring elsewhere, not just only in Finland, also in Germany, in Europe. And as Anglo-American is one of the top 10 mining companies in the world, is returning to Europe, so that's something. Well, how big are the European projects in Europe? Well, we are foreseeing 6 big European. Sakatti is one of the biggest ones, and in England we have another big one, but 6 overall in Europe for Anglo-American. And also in Finland we can see that, as well as elsewhere in Northern Europe, the battery chain, we clearly have a hub here globally where we have the raw materials, we have all the equipment and materials, and battery manufacturing is very important also for Germany and their car production, and also in terms of jobs. It is very important, especially for Germany. So therefore, I believe that Europe has become more lucrative, increasingly interesting, partially through this autonomy aspect, because Europe has realized that we need these raw materials and we're too dependent and something has to be done. Well, do you see problems or challenges? Paavali mentioned some, so maybe we start the new round with you. Now this is a big concept related to security and economic security, and it also entails a lot of opportunities. But do you see some risks entailed in this? Risks of unnecessary protectionism, or sort of projects that are not sensible? Well, yes, I believe that there are risks, and the starting point is that if we start implementing things in a way where we compete for investments and use public money, and by that we try to give bigger public support in order to win these competitions, then in terms of the logic of the markets, it already entails certain challenges and also competition where the Europe is struggling in order to compete, and inside the European Union, Finland is struggling in order to be competitive. And here we can see how difficult the situation can become when investments are done in Europe. In some countries, they put in 10 billion, for example. Finland cannot use such investment support. So in order to maintain competitiveness and become stronger in that sense, we need to be able to come up with some other means. But of course, if we use a lot of money into this, at some point, whatever we do, however we slim our own processes and environments, we still won't be able to compete with the bigger countries with the bigger money. So will we then return to the thinking of Mr. Lipponen, which states that a strong commission is the best support for small countries? Yes, well, of course, if I need to anticipate something, it's really difficult to withdraw from any investment decisions, and we need to wonder how clear is the thinking, how can we keep the opportunities open to withdraw if necessary? Well, what's your opinion? Well, as Paavali said, we won't be able to cope with public support alone. But then again, in Europe, we are pretty strong. We have good regulations and laws. Bribing and such is not a problem. So if we're measuring the sustainability of our operations in that sense, we are quite good also on a European level. And as in Anglo, we assess these things, how easy or hard it is to operate, what is the corporate governance in each of the countries. Finland, in that sense, is a good operating environment. It seems that we're free from bribes. So in that sense, we are competitive, and maybe we should emphasize this a bit more, because this would be one way of implementing the processes, and we can keep everything transparent and we don't have any hidden costs here. Well, then, Matthias, maybe an added questions when we're thinking about possible problems and risks. I'd like you to assess whether you see a risk of a political backlash here, in the sense that the citizens would start protesting maybe on the basis of environment protection or in terms of the support policy. Is this a realistic scenario? Well, yes, it's realistic. Of course, the acceptability of projects, whether we're talking about windmills or mines or factories, it's always one part of that process, and we need to make sure that these projects are acceptable. But on a more general level, we need more discussion about the significance of strategic autonomy. Why is it that important? How is it possible that China is responsible for 99% of certain critical raw materials, and how it's really dominant in certain supply processes for some products. And here we need to look at our different decisions and choices. Can we accept that we buy these things? And of course, it has other impacts on China and Congo, for example. Or do we want to get more investments and at the same time take care of the impact on the environment so that they are sustainable? Of course, locally, the acceptability question is significant, but the wider discussion is often forgotten. And what other areas of concern, what Paavali said, it's true. And it's also true that Europe and Finland cannot choose the operating environment where we are. China will keep on operating along the same lines, and we can only look at what will happen in the United States, and we can either just wait and see what happens or try to do our best. And I'm afraid that Finland, if we only think that we will return to the old rules in 2024, will lose significant opportunities and also jobs directly if we don't get these investments. If we're very fundamental or clear-minded, it's very easy to act like that, but then we might miss these investments. If we start with the government and the government program, this is the big economic policy question. We have big strategies launched, but how can these be reconciled with the longer trend of emphasizing competitiveness and development of the operating environment? How can we reconcile these ambitions? One viewpoint to this case, United States, is that, well, China is a question in itself. What are we competing with there? It's difficult to match everything, but partially this discussion about governmental support is also related to the US policy and how Europe responds to that. And for that part, I'd still be quite hopeful about how EU could enter into a partnership role with the United States. If I understand correctly, over $300 billion, and Europe has supported by 700 billion, mainly France and Germany. And one important question here is how we follow the principle of locality, and here Canada and Mexico have had an important role for US, but Morocco has the same status as Canada and Mexico now, and EU is somewhere else totally. So in terms of getting a status or how we position ourselves in relation to others is also important in terms of these supports and investments. Can we afford billions, tens of billions of euros of governmental support? Well, it's clear that we don't, so it's hard to compete with that. So we're returning to the discussions that we had for the support of small and medium-sized enterprises, and at that point we ended up with understanding that a small country always has limits in how much they can support, and we need to decide what are the most important values for us and what are the value-based decisions. And of course we use government support in employment policy, but what are the limits and what are the limits for research and development investments? And what is the borderline between these?
I'm going to go to another topic now. If we move on to Finland and the industries, fields, what it could mean for us here. Well, mining was already taken up, and I'm sure mining is one area. But what other industries and sectors do you consider would be such where Finland could have potential? Even when we're being careful about the politicians not choosing the winners, but if we wanted to make a bet, where would our biggest potential lie and where should we invest in? And if we're not actively driving something, what is the source from which we're hoping for getting these means for the strategic autonomy? Maybe Pertti can talk about his own industry first and the other gentleman can fill in after that. Yes, thank you, Esa. The mineral chain, Finland does have a battery strategy, and we have actually gained investments increasingly through that. And it is nicely built on the competence we already have in Finland traditionally. The mining industry is providing those raw materials for refining and processing. And for a long time, we have been importing metals, processed metals into Finland. So we keep forgetting that we actually have a great metal industry in Finland. That there is also a downstream industry that expands to battery minerals, and that actually serves the whole European area where e-cars are one important part of it. And of course, hydrogen is something where the other panelists will mention that the hydrogen technology is such that once we can produce green energy that will allow for hydrogen, that again will enable other things. But maybe I'll give the floor to others on that topic. How about Matti? Well, as a general principle, if a state or the public sector is involved, whether it's an RDI policy or the state subsidy policy more widely, we often talk about ability for innovations or productivity as high as possible, being productive jobs in that respect, and the highest productive value, and that is the goal for us. But when we talk about the battery technology, for instance, and that industry, we look at the whole chain where we have some bottlenecks, some other problems, and of course the energy industry is also clear, and here the pharmaceutical industry, we have also wood processing industry. We want to raise the value of the processed products, and not just talk about burning wood or just making pulp out of it. So there are these traditional industries in Finland, and perhaps that is the problem. If politicians are made to choose between them, you look back, you look at the history, what is already there, what's existing, and it's difficult to see what the next steps, say, after hydrogen will be, although many people now already can mention hydrogen. And Paavali next. In Esa's introduction, there was one handicap, just as it is difficult for politicians to make these choices, it is also difficult for us, the Federation of Finnish Industries. But I'll start with one sector that is not actually in our union, but the forests. Forestry, it's maybe boring, but this is where we have our raw material close by. It is and it will be the sector where we can get competition. Then we will talk about the minerals, that chain. We talk about any forest-related activities, and to some extent, certainly of clean water. Then affordable electricity was mentioned, primarily clean electricity, I think we have 50% renewable electricity right now, 50% clean energy. So I think in the future that will be a big competitive advantage, and we have good outlooks in that sense. When we look at the data window for green investments, we have about 50 billion worth of investments or projects being planned. And of course, many of them will not be implemented, hopefully not all, but some. But at least for the worth of 100 billion, we have wind power investments. And it is realistic to say that a large number we will see much more. So, of course, in that sense, the outlook for clean electricity is good. And of course, any industries that need a lot of electricity, this is vital for them. But there are others too. For the Finnish industries, traditionally we talk about the process technology. We have a lot of competence in that, where we can get competitive products to the market. And what I've noticed personally while visiting companies, for instance, in engineering companies, often they bring these things up, but the basic answer when I ask about where we can get some competitive advantage, the answer that is repeated is reliability, punctuality, in comparison to many European players. I think it's also part of our capabilities in processes, but that's where we can compete. And then flexibility and customer orientation. So there's a high number of companies where they can actually adjust to the customer's need with the modification of the production so that customers get exactly what they get. So often it's a niche thing, but I've seen it in many places. And when you ask about what's going on in other places, so we hear that in Germany they make just a bulk of this size, but they make huge quantities of that. Many times the client just needs something that is a little bit tailored, tuned for a specific need. So here we can react more easily to these needs. I will have a follow-up question, so you feel free to take a stand if you feel it's interesting. But when we have raw materials close by and where we already have some capabilities, is it our competition and our competitors, particularly other countries that have a lot of forests and not a very dense population like Canada, Sweden, or will we see competition from other countries too, or from further away? How much competition are we entering in with Central Europeans or with Americans, for example? So, Paavali, do you have an estimate? Or the global development, of course, the mines come to places where there is raw material. That's correct. So you want to start a mine where you have ore. We can say that Finland and, Sweden too, we are rich. We can see that there's an increasing amount of investments into ore explorations. And we have quite well identified the potential for ore, and I'm sure we can find more of it in Finland. So in that sense, you can grow eucalyptus trees in Brazil where they didn't used to grow before, and you can gain an advantage from there. But if we think about mining and the investments when we're competing, so then the question is of reliability, how reliable it is to start a mine in the place where you have found or in the bedrock. And then another question is the infrastructure, whether you have roads and carbon dioxide free electricity, when we need to show the roadmap that is CO2 free. And if you just have one network that is there, so it's basically the solution. So we can't make them into the market. So this is something that we need to have in place. And another thing is, of course, legislation, and we can make changes there. But we are in a good position in this regard in Finland. There is a question from the audience. Johannes, just wait for the microphone, please. Thank you. I am Johannes Koskinen from the Parliament. I wanted to ask about the rare minerals, the situation of Finland versus the rest of the world. There's also a question of refining and processing, and China, in any case, has huge volumes, both of production after mining, as well as the management. So how can you get any advantages of scale elsewhere in the world and run this kind of business in an affordable manner? So do we need some agreements between Australia, Americas, Africa, to get more affordable sources and use them? But refining and processing can be made in an affordable manner and gain some advantages of scale. The rare earth metals are exceptional in the sense that China has such a dominant role there. And for many times in the past decade or so, they've been able to reduce prices considerably, hence taking projects off the market in Sweden. Basically, there was a project that died out. Basically, they're trying to continue it. But so the competition is not fair in that sense. And this is one question. And when it comes to the volumes and so on, so I don't see them as such a big problem. But the rare earth metals are an example of competition that is not fair and where China can really control the market by influencing the metal prices there. Yes, China has a very strong position in refining, but the earth metals are much more evenly distributed over the globe. And a developing country with rich resources is thinking about how to develop its own production. And part of these countries question China's role and its interests, and countries want to become independent and not to rely on other countries or be there dependent on them as almost as colonies. So by operating as a more equal partner, the Western countries in general can raise their position with regard to the countries that are exporting and maybe processing raw materials, and maybe find some advantages through these partnerships while decreasing dependency on China. But the situation is already so distorted that we actually need a long-term perspective. Currently in Argentina or in Chile, they're thinking about how to process the local raw materials so that they could enter the global market and get a better foothold there and not to lose everything against China. But of course, they don't want to give a similar position to Europe or to the US. So finding such partnerships may help, but one mustn't assume that Europe would be in any superior position here. Actually, the commissioner talked about this as well. I don't know if you were present, but the commissioner talked about how Europe is investing in this and that the added value that is created should maybe stay in that target country. So I think we're at the core here, and I'm continuing with Johannes's comment here. It is also a good question, and we're interested in this perspective because it also applies to Finland, because if a lot of the criticism towards mining is about us becoming the Congo of the Nordic countries. So we produce raw material but can't gain any of the added value. So we're actually in the same discussion as many other countries. And so I'm interested in how we can see that we could also get the majority of that added value stay in our country. Of course, it is the key question how we could take care of the chain to, well, as much as possible, whichever raw material we're talking about. So that would, of course, be an advantage. And I have been thinking about how in our current situation there is the risk that we're trying to create opportunities for investments and to make sure that we can keep as large a proportion of the value chain as possible. But it is being created elsewhere, partly with the help of these subsidies at such speed that even if we would have a big market and a huge market in the future, it does restrict the advantage that we have in Finland by having the raw material close to us. If a large proportion of production and factories is already elsewhere, of course it gives us a weaker position to start with. So in that sense, I feel we are really competing, and the competition is tough. And we already have several cases in Finland regarding the value chain where we are competing of the money of the Chinese companies or with the United States of where they're investing their money in. I know of a case where a project that was planned for Finland actually was retrieved after Biden's action. So we still are going ahead with it, but the schedule is extended. We already have existing chains and a lot of competence we already have here, but it is not self-evident that Finland, thanks to its high level of competence or high technology and research, we're already lagging behind in the level of competence and in how we can find competent personnel in specific sectors. Sometimes we here keep thinking that since we are a Nokia country, we have engineers and we have enough competence, but this is unfortunately no longer the case. And if the labor immigration is getting more difficult, we are getting into even more trouble. And I have to add that the R&D and the project that Matthias was running, and that is actually being continued by the current government. So if the financial investments are carried out in the R&D as was planned, where will we get the people who will actually conduct all the work within that R&D? So this is a very big challenge for us if we otherwise can get positive commitments and these kinds of setups ready. And this should be our spearhead in our competitive abilities. But then if we have also lack of skilled workers, say, in the mines and so on, so it's going to be a problem. And then this is not really about the batteries, more to do with the minerals. Outokumpu, for example, is a great example of how a ferrochrome mine in the next municipality in Kemi, when they have a plant for stainless steel, and they are hoping to get now clean electricity to produce it. And now that we have these demands are getting tougher, it's actually a very well-functioning combination where you have the raw material and the clean electricity and a production plant all side by side. So this is a big competitive advantage for us. And we have 5 more minutes. So maybe we should talk about the environmental concerns and so on. Now, the government wants to make these permits smoother and swifter, and this was also in the EU goals, and it was talked about in our elections as well. So maybe we start with Paavali. What do you think among the lobbyists about this? If somebody would think that, does this mean that the ambition in the environmental responsibility is decreasing? How do you see this? What would you respond to anybody who's concerned about this? So I'm, well, thinking about the pre-election debate and those demands concerning them and that we've also been raising. So even in the previous government and the budgetary negotiations, the previous government took a clear stand and looked for ways to solve this. And in the new government program, they're continuing with this, and that is good news. But I have to say, but we haven't really seen anything concrete yet. And about the concerns then, those initiatives that the EK has been promoting, the Federation of Finnish Industries. Of course, that we can get there, we need good cooperation between the different administrative fields, the different players. We need to have a predictive, well-communicated permit system that would be also transparent, so that you know that within a specific time frame you will know if the conditions will be met and whether the actions are sufficient with regard to the project planning, and that if we get the permit, we can also carry out the project in a good way. Matthias. Yes, in the previous government, we wanted to promote this permits system, and there were also questions of definition, what is a green project and what kind of taxonomy we should comply with. But I think the bigger question is when new investments into new sectors and for new types of plants are coming, do the civil servants have enough competence either? And we come to the question of resources again. And when we keep hearing that there's just a lot of unnecessary paperwork and we want to cut the red tape, so maybe for your average guy, a typical example would be these civil servants are actually carrying out this work. And if you want to cut out that type of red tape, I'm sure that's going to also hit the permitting processes. So you need to have some concerns over this. And of course, now we're trying to make these operations smoother. And there are, again, threats, but also opportunities. And maybe it will, if things go well, we can specialize more and gain more competence. But then we have an example of MIGRI, the Migration Office of centralized competence in a specific field of administration, and not everybody is pleased about it, the Finnish Immigration Service. So this is just one example. And finally, let's hear somebody with experience. We know that the project in Sakatti is one of the most significant mining projects, but the location is quite vulnerable in the Finnish Lapland. So how would you comment on the environmental responsibility and accountability on concerned people or for concerned people about this? So I want to go a little bit further back, but I try to be compact. Sakatti mining project has copper, cobalt, nickel, and others, and Sakatti clearly meets the definition of a strategic project with regard to critical raw materials act, and our location is in the corner of a nature protection area. It is in that bedrock, and in our planning we've started out from not impacting this Natura 2000 conservational area. And currently what we've been doing in our environmental assessment since 2017, we have now completed it. And if you think it is simple to get permits in Finland, we have about a dozen of permits we need to get. And how we can make things smoother is that in the different phases of this permitting process, they keep asking about the same things over and over again from the different stakeholder groups. So without decreasing the quality, it is possible to coordinate that and to get statements from just a couple of instances in a more collected manner. So I think there's a lot of room for maneuver, for improvement rather. And I have to say that the Finnish officials are doing good work, but how we can maintain that quality if and when they want to make cuts in the administration. So I think a good coordination could be one opportunity for that. But the concerns about the environment, Anglo as a global pioneer will say that it is technology can help us reduce any harms. We want to get to the ore from a tunnel from a 5 kilometers distance, and we have a drilling equipment that allows for quick access, but on the other hand, it doesn't break the bedrock around it too badly. And this is a technological solution that we have put up to reduce any environmental impacts. So in this way, any concerns about the impacts we've been able to reduce them and found solutions that are new in Finland, but they have been tested elsewhere. Thank you. And we have used our time. Many thanks to our panelists and the audience, particularly to the person who asked a question in the audience. So we continue our journey towards strategic autonomy. Thank you.
Turun Eurooppa-nuorten paneeliin.
Welcome to the panel arranged by Jeff Turku about how the young people trust in the European Union. The European Union is often said to be going from one crisis to another. Recent years have been characterized by economic crisis, the pandemic, global warming, war on the EU's borders, and a tense foreign policy situation. Although crises are considered to make the EU stronger, it's difficult for young people to trust in the future of their continent. And also, next year's European elections are approaching, and as always, it's difficult to get young people to vote. A war has every now and then shown that the international community and European decision-making can work together. Young people's faith in the future of the EU may be quite fragile. So how can we bring EU closer to young people and convince them to trust the EU? As a members, we have Alvina Alametsä, a MEP. We have Member of Parliament Li Andersson, EU Youth Delegate Emilia Uljas, President of Jeff Finland Amanda Alvesalo, and Ella Siltanen, Chair of the Upper Secondary School Parents, and I'm moderating this together with Janne Tikkanen. My name is Pieta Päivänen. I'm the chair of Jeff Turku. Welcome everyone to this Köysiteatteri, and also those listening to the stream. To our first question, EU may seem quite distant, even elitistic, because often its operations are seen as some bureaucratic hassle of the officials in Brussels, and young people may feel that the concrete impact to their own lives are quite distant, as we are far from the core of the Europe. So how should we develop the Union to make it more attractive and interesting for young people? Well, at least we should strengthen policies that would strengthen the faith of young people to EU and policies, because I've been quite frustrated because the talks differ from the actual actions, for example, in climate questions in relation to subsidies for agriculture. So it's hard to trust politicians. And I also hope that young people would be more engaged and involved in decision making, because the number of very young people in the decision-making roles in the EU is very small. So we need to change this. How are young people, for example, able to put forward their initiatives to the decision-making process? As a young person, it is really difficult to trust in the doings of the EU if we do not see concrete actions taken. And we're quite far from the heart of Europe in Finland. So it would be important to enable us to join. We have some good projects such as Discovery Europe, which help young people to perceive and see Europe. And we should continue these because we need to strengthen our European identity. But this requires taking the young people to the core of the Europe. And young people are not a separate area in the society. All decisions taken affect and impact young people, and what brings EU closer to people brings it closer to young people as well. So if the parents don't understand what the EU actually does, then it's really difficult for young people to understand that either. Yes, I agree with both the previous speakers, so I won't repeat what they just said, especially of the importance of the actual policies and decision making. But I also think that it's important to look at how we communicate about what is being done, because often the way of how we tell about the EU decision making may increase the feelings of suspicion and make it even more elitistic and bureaucratic than it actually is, even though it is. But we need to portray the people and explain why we are dealing with the issues that we are dealing with. What do the commissars do? What do the MEPs do? And in the work that the Finnish media houses do in Brussels, they could also consider how well are we able to really convey the message to young people of what is being done at the Brussels end. Well, I could continue on the point of communication pointed out by Lee. We've seen the news about banning the herring fishing in the Baltic Sea region, and this is a good example of how the media tells about what's being done. EU just wants to ban something. Mystic European Union wants to ban once again something from the ordinary Finns, and this is the way of news publication or a type of news publication that I'd like to change. And it, as said, it is also important to get the opportunity to travel to different kinds of events in Europe, because I myself feel truly European when I meet other European young people in different kinds of events. Yes, I agree. So we're quite unanimous. I'd even call the communication disinformation, because the news really portray EU in a very negative manner, even though it's not always justified. And I'd like to take 2 steps backwards. You mentioned that in a time of crisis and global challenges, of course, these are the problems that young people really talk about a lot, and they may get depressed. But young people think very globally. They really think about these questions. And education has not been mentioned, and how EU is portrayed in schools. If we're talking about different kinds of social structures at school, it would be important to explain how the EU functions and what are the values and what are the sort of ambitions of the European Union. If you're interested of climate change, you need to understand that the European Union is the body where you can concretely affect this development. And this is something that needs to be emphasized, how this is portrayed in education. And as you know, for many years we've been talking about how parties that are critical of Europe are gaining more support. And when the Youth Alliance of Finland organized an election in Finland, these parties gained huge success. What's the reason behind this? Ella, maybe you could start. Well, I believe that it's because the young people's trust in EU is fragile. If a young people votes for a party that is critical of the EU, it doesn't directly mean that the young person is critical of the EU or would be even aware of any aspects. And if this person would get more information, but of course it's a worrisome phenomena that has been on the rise around the Europe, and it's not connected to the role of Europe alone. But the big problem in Finland especially is that EU is not present in their everyday life in any way, and many things are taken as sort of something self-evident. As you've lived in the union for whole your life, you don't understand that union has brought these everyday things to your life. So maybe an instance such as the European Union, which is seen as an external or distant organization, it's easy to keep that as an enemy. So many nationalistic parties or patriot parties like to use external enemies in their rhetorics and state them as a threat to their nation. And I think it's a pity, because of course you need to be able to criticize the decisions. And I've been critical of many economic policy decisions myself. And for example, in Southern Europe, many young people lost their faith in European Union in terms of promoting their interests at that point. But that kind of muddles everything about the EU policy, and this brings us back to the question, can we look at the actual matters, or are we just generally thinking that the distant EU just bans everything and hinders things? I think that in the Finnish political discussion, we are stuck in the aspect of how well are we able to defend our own interests in the EU? How successful is the government of Finland in defending Finnish interests in the EU? And we don't really talk about what is the purpose of the EU, what is the mission of the EU, and why is it an important operator in the support of Ukraine or in the combat against climate change and all such big global questions? And emphasizing or putting focus more on these big questions would help people understand what the European Union is. Yes, I agree that that is a big problem and also a reason for the young people for voting parties critical of the Europe. Young people, according to studies, trust the European Union, but this is not reflected in elections and the voting. And of course, before parliamentary elections, we don't talk about the European Union, even though the parliaments have a lot to say in terms of what the European Union does. So I would really welcome such discussion increasingly in the future. And going back to if young people are dissatisfied and if they vote for a party that is critical of the European Union, it doesn't mean that the person thinks that European Union couldn't be good, but they are not satisfied with the decisions that have been taken lately, or these decisions have been portrayed as negative to them. And from my own point of view, as I said previously, this good, bad takes a lot way of a discussion that would be concentrating on solutions. If we just concentrate on whether the EU is good or bad, it's not really fruitful. We are a member of the European Union, so it would be more responsible to talk about how could we develop and improve the European Union and how could we engage the young people more. So this debate, which is just about the negative and positive, is not really fruitful. And as mentioned, according to studies, 84% of young respondents last year in a survey stated that EU is a positive thing for Finland, especially for Finland. So I think the vote turnout or the results of the elections were some kind of a reaction to something, but that reaction could also be positive. Excellent points. But I think one of the problems here is that European Union is very distant to many young people, and there's a lot of disinformation going around. But if the Finnish parliament makes bad decisions, we don't say that let's disassemble the whole parliament. And very few people really say that Finland should resign from the European Union, and Brexit has shown that it didn't make everything good for the Brits either. They run out of beer, actually. So just saying that European Union doesn't do any good makes no sense. We should really impact its development by voting, because after all, EU is what it is decided in the European Union bodies. The voter turnout of the young has increased in parliamentary elections, but this has not been true for the European elections. For the European Parliament, under 10% of the under 25 people olds in Finland voted. How could we improve this situation next year in the European Parliament elections? A lack of information and disinformation, we should inform young people because you are not interested in something that you know nothing about, and therefore through schools and other channels we should be able to provide this information to make people understand why the European Union has actually been established, what's the reason for the whole union. So the basic values of the European Union, they are something that are really important for young people today. So why doesn't the EU resonate really? I believe the reason for this is the lack of information. The narrative is really EU is something there far away and we are separate from that. And funnily enough, or interestingly, Sitra carried out a study or a survey, and according to that, the decision-making of the EU is more transparent than our national decision-making process. So why do we think differently? So lack of information clearly is the main problem here. I could understand that in parliamentary elections the voter turnout has improved because politics have come really close through the COVID-19 restrictions. You couldn't go to a restaurant, for example, which was a very concrete sort of impact of a decision taken by the politicians. So such things have maybe impacted the voter turnout. And I'd like to see that in the Euro elections we could have similar discussions and point out concrete ways of how the EU impacts our lives more than the bans that have been portrayed lately in the media. And I'd also like to see similar discussions, and Finnish MEPs could maybe have the same arguments in the national media that they have in the European bodies, because if we want to, or if you're interested in these kinds of discussions, these sort of disagreements increase the interest, and we'd also like to, I think we should put more focus on some topical issues such as the sustainability reform and the whole area of sustainability, where I think that it makes no sense for one country alone to make decisions, and the rebuilding of Ukraine, whatever that will entail or require, how youth policies will be run, can that be supported in some way, and all additional questions, for example, in terms of science and expertise, and how are we going to really build our future. We should bring up these big questions, and we shouldn't just concentrate on which government has had the least say to decisions at European level. Yes, I agree. And when we're talking about voter turnout of the young, then one important factor is to have young candidates and young people involved in the decision making, and we should really invest in, and I believe that all parties should really focus on this, because as a young person I wouldn't want to vote for a 60-year-old guy. Or maybe if there'd be a candidate of around my age really promoting issues that are important to us, anyone can say or tell what young people want to promote, but it's easier to relate if the candidate is young. And also the voting places where the ballot boxes are located are important for young people, because if they really need to take an effort for voting, that might affect the voter turnout as well.
These are good points, and I would also say that the way the media reports on the EU, how the journalists write about it, is really essential. It is a matter of opinion what is relevant and important news regarding the EU. Right now in Finland, what the media seems to show is that what is a relevant piece of news about it is that the EU is banning something. But often there are also structural things and things that it is difficult for young people to understand because it doesn't apply directly to their everyday lives. But I need to thank young journalists in particular here, because particularly the younger journalists have been asking very interesting things to me, for example, about why the EU does not subsidize plant-based milk, but does subsidize cow milk products. Why is there no leave from school due to periods for women? And these kinds of things have been raised. But I wish that this would change, and in the media they would ask about things that are important to young people. And I'm currently working with legislation that does apply to young people's lives and is meaningful to their lives. So to put it in a concise form, we need young people involved also in the elections as candidates to raise the young people's voter turnout. Finland has been considered as top education country. I hope that will continue to be so, but lately we've been worried about our decrease in the position in the PISA study and the position unequal position between the vocational schools and upper secondary schools. What is the role of the Finnish education in increasing the EU awareness, and should it be developed? Well, as far as I understand, Finnish young people are quite good at understanding structures, how the legislation is passed and what's going on. And we are coping well, internationally speaking. But when we measure the interest in participating, we no longer do well there. So one challenge is to bring out these issues also in schools when we're teaching that interest young people. Of course, when we talk about everyday decision-making in the parliament in Finland, for example, one aspect is if we know how a law is passed in the parliament, but it is not something that has drawn me into politics. We should really be able to show the diversity of opinions and all these things. I'm happy you mentioned vocational schools. It is extremely important that we remember to develop on an equal basis also our secondary education in all institutions, and make sure that our vocational school students are also informed about their possibilities to make a difference in society. For a long time and still in their everyday lives in the vocational schools, they felt that the upper secondary schools train students for becoming active in society, and in vocational schools we train students to learn a trade, and we cannot maintain such outdated views any longer. And I know we aren't in this equal situation between these different colleges yet. Absolutely. I think increasing awareness on topic X is something that we easily use as a fix-all solution. Or if we increase a couple of sentences on how to make a difference in the EU in our school books is probably not enough. I think what we would need more is what Alvisa was saying, that we should make the participation more visible in various ways. For example, a member of the European Parliament or their assistant could actually visit a school and explain in more concrete terms what it's like to work in the EU, what it's like to be there in the big halls, and then also what it's like to have an after party with the other assistants. So these kinds of things might make the EU closer to young people in more concrete terms. I'm very happy that the perspective from which we approach the various topics is extremely important, as I already mentioned. And you won't get familiar with these issues just like that, because even though I've had my fair share of upper secondary school education, there are many topics that do not resonate in my life currently. But for example, not many people, even grown-ups, know how the EU subsidizes libraries, that your library next door has been subsidized by the EU, or that chargers, simple things, mobile phone chargers will no longer have many different types, but will all have the same form. So they might seem small things, but they are still concrete issues that people and young people to connect with the EU. And we have now carried out a video lesson for the secondary education where we wanted to not explain how the parliament works. Of course, we keep that there as well, but we want to start more from why this is how it is, why we have that whole system in place. So that makes it more meaningful to people, and therefore it resonates with them better. True. Still in Finland and in Europe, education is quite different, particularly with regard to how well informed you can be of the EU, about your opportunities to study or work in the EU. I have heard from many people that they would have loved to take an Erasmus exchange year, but they couldn't do it because they didn't have enough money, or financial circumstances were not like that. I couldn't go on an Erasmus year because I had to take care of my sick mother, for example. So people may have these different situations in life, and we should make it possible for people to experience the EU in different phases of life, to go on an interrail or take another kind of an exchange year. And many people, young people in particular, now have mental problems. It may be difficult to find out about how in the new country where you would like to study you can be treated if you need to continue your therapy, for example. And so these kinds of challenges may come up with people. So we would need to make sure that people are on more equal terms with education. And I agree with Lee that education is often considered as something that will solve everything, and your comprehensive school will take care of things, and we just put it there, and we would soon have 80 hours per week for students in the primary school already. So here we would need to think about the fact that, yes, education may help in some situations, but with the current resources, it cannot solve every single problem, because we currently lack 100 million euros from the basic education. So that doesn't seem like we could actually increase the workload of education. And of course, we don't want to make further cuts there if we wanted to solve our problems. Good points. We've been quite quick, so we have a final question. In 2 sentences, tell young people why they should vote in the Euro elections. So we can start from you. If you don't vote in the European elections, somebody else will. And they might vote for a whole different candidate than what you would prefer. I try not to repeat what you said. If you want that things that are significant to you will be promoted, you should definitely vote. I wanted to say that because they will elect people there anyway who will have the power to define the future for the world. So make sure and have your say on the fact that you have clever people there. You're making it hard for me to come up with new ideas. Maybe I continue with the Baltic herring. If you want to keep eating Baltic herring, maybe you should vote for somebody who wants that too. I think I would say that think big. Maybe we can't say that voting is a small thing, but think big and do this small act. Thank you. We have time for questions from the audience, if there are any. So you can raise your hand and we'll bring you a microphone if you have questions for the panelists here.
Ja sillä välin kun
While the audience is thinking about questions, I could ask one more question. Could you tell us young viewers about a concrete experience that the European Union has enabled for you at any age? Maybe Amada could start.
Aloitan ehkä.
Well, maybe I should start from the most important. I haven't taken part in Erasmus change yet, but we know that this is one of the biggest gateways to Europe for young people, so it's very important. And Interrail is something else that I haven't done myself yet, but it is an important route for young people to really get to know Europe and other Europeans. But I especially see the Erasmus exchange as a big opportunity for myself and other young people. Well, one of the best memories for me was that as the EU finances OBESSU organization based in Brussels, it's a upper secondary level educational support organization, and I was as a representative of the Union of Upper Secondary School Students of Finland, and I'm sure that we had a program and an agenda, but it was just great to see other students from other European countries, and we had loads of fun, and we respected one another, and it was great to meet these people. When I organized an OBESSU seminar in Helsinki when I worked as a secretary of the student union, and we had this in December in Suomenlinna, and I also carried several kilos of fish, which was not that simple, but we did have wonderful discussions, and it was great to meet people from other countries. And my best memories are connected to these events where I've met with other young people from other countries. Yes, I have a similar experience. I participated in an event in Denmark where the idea was to promote the democracy development in Nordic countries, and it was funded by the European Union. And there I met loads of young people of my age and get to know them and their organizations, and we had a lot of leisure time that we spent together, and I got to know Copenhagen as well, and it was wonderful. And maybe in the future I will also try interrailing and maybe student exchange as well. I haven't tried them yet, basically or partially due to COVID, but maybe in the future. Well, I was involved in student organizations and European Students' Union especially, and the meetings are memorable. Yuri is smiling to me, who's doing the same task that I had previously, and I met many people there who I work with now in the European Parliament in one way or another. So it's quite interesting. The people that you meet in organizations as a young people, you get to meet them later on, and best cases, you get to do things together and make decisions together with these people that you know from your younger years. Of course, I was quite young when I started as a member of the European Parliament, and that, of course, took place in the European Union, but was not something that the European Union as such enabled, but the voters enabled. Well, okay. About concrete personal memories, of course, Jeff and Young European Federalists, our umbrella organization, have offered wonderful experiences when we have met with other people, and this really builds this communal spirit that would not sort of been born without it. We are promoting similar values and understanding that, and getting involved in politics without getting involved in party politics is something very important to me. And I believe that me and Janne can both agree on that, and all European-wide youth organizations offer wonderful opportunities for networking and getting to know other young people, and that's one of the best parts of the European Union for young people. There's a question from the audience. Juri Birjolin from the Union of Upper Secondary School Students Finland. Thank you for all these comments. As students or university students, we're of course interested in Erasmus exchange programs, which is one of the most successful programs of the EU from the viewpoint of young students. But looking forward, how this mobility and Erasmus could be even further developed, how could it be improved? You touched upon this, but maybe to continue on that, and education in general, how do you see this cooperation in terms of education? What's the future of that? Well, thank you, Lee. Yes, I will start by cooperation within education and science in the European Union, because I myself believe that Finland especially should really bring investments into education and science to the discussions about security and investments, because now we are only talking about investments into industry and what the instruments there are. But if we're looking at the competitiveness and future of Europe and national interests of Finland, how can we cope in the future, then I really believe that we should invest in human capacities and really knowledge, and thereby get more investments into research and educational partnerships and cooperation. This is a dimension that I feel has been lacking about discussions on the EU so far. And about the student exchanges and cooperation there, I believe that it's important that vocational secondary level has been taken along, and there the challenges might be related to personal economic situations, but it's important to really try to get students that never enter universities into these programs, and also cooperation in other youth policy programs, because we have other kinds of exchange programs. I'm not sure, but I spent my youth in a youth house, and there was a trip from Finland to Czech Republic. I'm not sure if that was funded by the European Union, and that was just youth work related thing, and I believe that people who were involved in that are not the same target group that will end up in the Erasmus program later on. When we asked young people, where would you want to see more cooperation within the EU, then education and science were the two top topics there. And one concrete example here about reconciling the degrees and acceptance of different kinds of degrees. We have developed university alliances, and it's good to get more flexibility. You can study at the University of Turku and then flexibly continue in some other university, but we should develop this so that once you enter the university, you gain loads of further opportunities at the same time. And we should also acknowledge the degrees and qualifications gained in universities and other institutions of higher education in Finland, because it has been seen in many cases that people go abroad and study there, and when they return, their degrees are not appreciated on the same level as Finnish degrees, and this is something that should be changed. Especially the attitudes should be changed. I agree, because it's absurd to me, because I think that if I study in another country, that should be a competitive edge for me, because I have a different education in a sense. So I have other kinds of areas of expertise, but it turns out that the employers actually don't appreciate these degrees gained abroad. I'm wondering how many here have been involved in exchange programs. How many of you would have wanted to take part in student exchange programs? Quite a few of those as well. So I believe that Yuri and Sil, it was a good question, because there are financial reasons for people not taking part in Erasmus exchange programs, equality problems, and there may be other kinds of problems, no support from home, for example, mental health related challenges. But these all can be solved. We can increase EU cooperation in order to facilitate entering these exchange programs and make it easy for people to do it from different kinds of backgrounds and starting points. And we need to invest significantly more to education. So I believe that the trend in Finland is wrong. We should not cut from education. We should invest in education, because it pays itself back in the future. Yes, I agree. And the process of applying into a student exchange program, if it's really complicated and you need to find out all the information that's necessary there, and you need to get all kinds of certificates, so the exchange process itself, it's quite difficult, so it may become a threshold and you're not sure if you gain any advantages from studying abroad. What will happen when you come back? Will you get a job on the basis of that? So these are questions that might affect the decisions of going to study abroad. I myself, I'm not studying anywhere after I finished my upper secondary school, and when I'm considering the options within the EU, well, as a thought, going abroad is excellent, but it's really difficult because all the different schools and institutions require different things, whereas in Finland it's so easy to enroll and apply in Finland. So sometimes I wonder, does it make any sense to even consider going abroad? Because it's so easy in Finland. They automatically get all the paperwork that they need in Finland. Yes, I'm in a similar situation, and I actually applied to a Finnish university because it was so much easier. There are some other questions, but we're running out of time. But we can, of course, continue after this panel privately. Thank you to all of our panelists and to our audience here in the Köysiteatteri and at the stream. And we will then continue along these lines later today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Tervetuloa, kuuluuko?
Hello and welcome to a panel organized by JEF Finland. We will continue with issues that concern young people, and we're asking on whose conditions will the EU be built after the elections in 1924. As an introduction, as it's been evident in 1924, there's the European parliamentary elections will be held, and there the direction for the 27 member states of the EU will be defined for the next 5 years. And this is not an insignificant signpost in the future of these states. After the last elections, a number of great changes have taken place, and we can talk about them, but the world looks different, and it is good for us now to talk about it when we move on from here, on whose conditions will we be building the EU. As you may have noticed, we have shared our objectives by the JEF for these elections, and I want to point out that we are concerned about the opportunities that the EU is genuinely offering, not just to states, but to individuals and young people. The EU should be an enabler, and the EU was created for us people. How can we make the EU look like us? And this is the starting point, and I will be happy to continue our discussion on those objectives later on. But now I would like to introduce our panelists. We have Juri Birjulin, the International Affairs and EU Advocacy Advisor from the Finnish National Union of University Students. And next to him, Lotta Tuominen, the EU Youth Delegate. Next, we have Henna Virkkunen, a member of the European Parliament from the EPP. And last but not least, Elsi Katainen, another member of the European Parliament from the Renew Group. Welcome to you all, and thank you for coming here to talk about these issues. Before we go and talk about the future, let's look back a little to our last elections. The voter turnout in the last European parliamentary elections was the best since 1994, and according to a study conducted by the European Parliament, it was young people in particular who raised this voter turnout, but the result for the Finnish young people was one of the lowest in Finland, and we have a much worse situation than in Sweden, for example. And I wonder what this is, what has caused this. And let's take a warm-up question regarding this. Elsi, what kind of thoughts does this provoke in you? Thank you. This is an essential question. It is not a light one. We need to pay attention to this. This is a severe situation in Finland, and among young people, also compared to other elections, the European parliamentary elections in particular are those where Finnish young people do not turn out. And I think we have to make sure that young people understand the connection between their own lives and the decisions and things that take place in the EU. And of course, here I'm looking at the schools and the curricula there, also to how it's communicated. I look at us, members of the European Parliament, if we are actively engaged in work with youth organizations. I'm sure there's room to improve there. But I don't have an answer or information. What makes us so clearly different, for example, to our neighboring country, Sweden, that young people here are not eager to vote? But I think the narrative in Finland on the EU is much more negative than what it is elsewhere. And I think this might lead to this unpleasant situation. Thank you. Well, I have to say that it was a big disappointment to me to see the voter turnout in the elections. Although it rose from the previous ones, it wasn't very high. We had just had the Finnish parliamentary elections that spring, but it was a low figure. And when we talked about young people being engaged and going to the polls before that, and the most important thing and a theme in the last elections was climate and environmental issues, and that's why I was expecting Finnish young people to be more active in voting. And in my work, I go to many upper secondary schools in Finland where they have a course on the EU, and I think these people are very interested in the EU and in international affairs, so I cannot really find a reason why the voter turnout is so low. And of course, we need to find new ways for the next spring. For young people, of course, it is important that we also have young candidates. And I think all parties have had young candidates, but it is not easy for young people to succeed in the elections if young people don't vote, because old people do not easily vote for a much younger candidate than themselves. So for young people becoming elected, need the votes of young people. Of course, the older people too need to vote for young candidates, and they need to support their campaigns both in terms of financially and through their networks, for example. But I think we need new ideas in activating young people to vote, because that way we can have important members elected, and we can also bring up those issues that are close to young people's hearts. I'm happy you took up Sweden, because it's quite shocking that 80% of under 24-year-olds in Sweden actually voted. So the comparison between the member states might actually be useful if we dug deeper into the reasons behind those differences. In Sweden, for example, they have list elections in place in the EU parliamentary elections, and maybe we could compare the democracy education between the countries. As in the previous panel, we heard that schools have a role in making a difference here, but most of all, it's a question of quality and the perspectives rather than the quantities. And I would like to also take up youth organizations. If these organizations don't have much means and funds and resources, it is often the international work that they need to give up, and that also means any advocacy work. And it would be important that they would have the resources to work before elections, but of course also between elections, and that they could go around the country, raise these important topics in the EU to discussion. And I personally can see that it may be difficult to take up these concrete examples of what I think should be changed in the EU, or what is the next topical matter that we should impact on. And when we talk about that the EU should be closer to young people and that they should know how the EU affects their lives, it is important. But I think we are quite well advanced in that respect, because many young people have a positive attitude towards the EU. And therefore, I think now would be the time to start talking about what it is that people do not like about the EU, what they find annoying, and to have experts saying what we can do to change that. That's a very good idea. Good point. I was thinking about it from the perspective of what is the voter turnout among young people in general and how it works. And of course, young people is not a homogeneous group. Gender affects it. Women are more eager to vote. Your educational background ethnic background. These things also make a difference, and maybe we have more differences between gender, for example, but it's difficult to understand why we still have such a big difference, or big difference with Sweden. It is sometimes easy to see why people are not too interested in the EU matters. And in the last elections, we noticed that it's not just the message itself, but how it is communicated that is important to young people. And the EU is often the most difficult one, because we talk about kind of technocratic questions, difficult, complicated questions that can be difficult for us to understand who actually work on these EU issues. So this might be a question that is difficult to solve, and the jargon and the elitist impression could be abolished. And we should think about these things now that people are starting their campaigns. And if you want to give a more optimistic estimate, I think that in some ways it may also look like that we trust that there aren't big problems. The EU isn't very interesting to us because it doesn't arouse strong feelings in us. But when we just listened to the previous panel, they said that it would be interesting to have these deeper conflicts between values that would make people think about that, or that the conflicts about values would be more visible, because that might interest people to go to the polls. But I can't give you an answer why the situation is so much better in Sweden. 5 years ago in those elections, TikTok wasn't so actively used. Maybe that could change. However, we are not allowed to use TikTok on the devices we get from the EU. Maybe that is simply the reason why young people don't vote, that you're not allowed to use TikTok. So that was the solution. About Henna's comment on the elections, if any of you has an idea, just occurred to me now that we have the presidential elections in the same year, and people usually, the turnout is the best there. So how do you see if there is a danger that people just get fed up with elections and voting, if you have an idea regarding this? Because it's possible, thinking about it, could it be that last year there were those elections, the parliamentary elections before that, so maybe people feel that they have already used up that resource, and we have the presidential elections coming up. So if you have any ideas around that, I would be happy to hear that. Elsie. So we seem to have many of the candidates already out. Many of them have a very strong background in the EU and international background. Many of them have a commissioner's background, for example. So I think that through them, the debates in the elections could raise the EU issues, and hopefully that will arouse people's interest. There are many months between those elections anyway. Even if we have the second round in the presidential elections, there are about 4 months between the elections. So I think that the presidential elections may actually activate people to be active in the EU elections as well. I think so too, because the presidential elections, particularly the second round, is something that people feel quite passionately about, because it is mostly about the person. And the presidential elections, the voter turnout is the highest, although the president actually has the least impact on people's lives if I compare it to the municipalities, those elections, the parliament, the national parliament, or the EU. So whoever is president is not so dramatic. But because it is about the person, people feel more passionate about it. And I believe that that could, in that sense, give us an opportunity, because those whose candidate didn't win, they might feel that they want to beat the opponents this time around. Perhaps we can also have a say in the the debate in the presidential elections. I think, on the contrary, the difference between the person elections and then the EU issues, as I already mentioned, where the EU involves a lot of quite technocratic things. So I think that is what brings us a challenge here. And I would hope for the Parliament to have more say, more influence, because we often think that the decisions come not from the Parliament, but from a faceless EU. And I fear that the presidential elections might make people feel fed up with politics and elections. And you can ask the candidates what they would do to change something, but a more correct question would be, what would you think if somebody suggested something like this? Because that's how it goes when the Commission is the only institution that can make motions. But when you said, that in the presidential elections they vote for a person, but in the EU elections you don't really know about who you're voting for. You're voting for a member of a Finnish party, but these groupings in the EU Parliament are different, and it's not clear to everybody what group each candidate will represent then. But as Juri said, Malta and Finland are the only countries where we don't have a party list proportional elections, so they actually know who will be elected. It is clear for people in other countries. Nevertheless, for people in general, not just young people, the voter turnout is not very high. And I do feel that in Finland in particular, the EU elections are more a person elections than, say, parliamentary elections. So I think whenever it's about a particular person, that should raise the turnout. So we might want to make the EU elections to be more about the persons. Yes, and just occurred to me what Li Andersson said in the previous discussion, that she too wants the members of the European Parliament to be more present in Finland and engage themselves in the debates in front of the Finnish audience as well. And maybe that might make a difference as well, because often 6 months before the elections we start thinking about what we could do about the voter turnout, although it should be a very long-term and persistent work, not just before the elections, but between them. This is something that we also hope that the Finnish media would follow more closely on the decision-making in the EU. Of course, we members of the European Parliament try to send newsletters. We update our social media accounts and try and share about our work. But of course, it doesn't replace the news media actually covering those issues. And the Finnish media really has very few correspondents in Brussels. Usually the big media houses have one correspondent to monitor all the institutions within the EU and also the French and Belgian politics. So that's a very big workload comparing to the Finnish news national broadcast company Yle have one, but they have then so many regional correspondents in the provinces of the country. So they should have more resources so that citizens would know what is being discussed in the EU, and people could also then, it would be easier for them to take a stand on that. So of course we don't like that situation. This is a very important observation, because many times the issues that are being discussed there are also being discussed at the same time or will be discussed shortly in the Finnish Parliament, or at least it has a significance to Finnish citizens. So we should show that these are very closely connected to us. And I can see that when we had the parliamentary elections and there was a lot of fuss about the government, so the members of the European Parliament have not been present in the TV debates, for example. So whenever there's something going on in the domestic politics, we seem to forget about any EU issues. although they are so very connected.
Yes, thank you for bringing out the long-term work. We're not doing any tricks here in order to get young people to vote. We need long-term, continuous and coherent work between the elections in order to make people aware of the work that is being carried out all the time. I'd like to continue on this line and ask Juri about educational policies, EU matters, as you are familiar with these issues, like we all are here, of course. But what would you say? How do you see what are the possible means of engaging people, young people, between the elections, so that we wouldn't continue on these lines that just before elections we tell them to vote and then forget about the young people? How could we secure that young people are actively involved and engaged? Well, thank you. Easy question and easy reply. We need to communicate more. But let's not just be content with that. This relates to what I said about involving young people in general, because in Finland we tend to separate things. We need to promote that through the system, enable young people to participate in the processes that are relevant to them. And for example, in my organization, we have considered how EU does a lot in terms of education. We have university alliances which enable the students to become more mobile and study in different universities in different countries through these networks. But at the same time, we've noticed that the mechanisms for student involvement and engagement in these alliances are not at a satisfactory level. From our viewpoint, our hope and wish was that once these alliances are set up, the students would also be allowed to take part in the democratic decision making. But oftentimes these initiatives come from the Commission, and even the Finnish Ministry of Education doesn't know what's going to be happening in the near future. So in addition to the EU integration, we should really improve engagement and improve proximity, make decisions close to the students, and improving these mechanisms that enable involvement so that young people could take part in the decision making on the higher level, for example, involving students in these establishments of the alliances. But here there's a lot of room for improvement within the EU, and we have our university student organizations supporting this work, and we hope that we can get this level of involvement in the EU organizations as well, what we have in the unions of university students. But as you are experts of the viewpoint of the young people, do you see any barriers for young people influencing this work? Well, like many other people, the opportunities to really have a say are not equal. There are some people who have a lot of say, but then there are other groups of people who don't even think about these things. They are not in any way related to their everyday reality. And if we think about the voting and voter turnout, it's true what Juri said, that even gender has an effect, and also native language and the ballot box locations have an impact. And I just read about the Youth Union Alliance survey. When we had the parliamentary elections, there were young people who thought that they couldn't vote because they had lost the paper slip that you receive through post, and they didn't know that you could vote without that. So these can be very simple things that affect the voter turnout. Well, yes, concrete examples of what could stop a young person to vote. Maybe to all of you, a question, what for the EU, if we think about the expectations and needs of young people, how this is once again an extensive question, and as you've said, there are different kinds of needs because young people are not a harmonious group. But what would be important after the elections if, on the terms of young people, we started to develop the European Union? What would be the most topical issues? Well, it's not only in terms of what's important to young people, but in the future, the questions of climate and environment are the areas where the EU can have a strong impact. And as a small country, Finland cannot have a big impact, but as a pioneer, EU can really influence how this is developing. And with the green transition, this is progressing well. And maybe the mental health crisis is something that connects young people across Europe. And of course, EU is in a difficult position here because it has no social policy dimension. But this is still one area which should be considered. And a third theme that is interesting to young Finns are questions related to racism, human rights, equality, and these are big questions that really are relevant to many people in the EU because there are many people with immigrant background, and these issues will influence the future of many people, and I'd hope that the European Union would be more unified in relation to this. Youth Flash Eurobarometer from last year contained 4 main areas of expectations of Finnish young. Peace and security was one of them, and of course a lot has happened since last February when this study was carried out. But after that was poverty and equality and youth unemployment, and after that climate change. In addition to that, I'd like to talk about well-being and especially the well-being of the young, because this is a topic that would be an easy one to grasp, because if we talk about expertise, we have a theme year of expertise and know-how. But it is strongly linked to the well-being of young people who will be the experts of the future if we have a whole generation with such mental health problems. And of course, human rights, there's still many areas such as Great Britain maybe considering, or at least it has been suggested there that maybe they could withdraw from the global agreements. And of course, immigration, even though it was the main topic in the last elections, it's not exhausted. You have big packages that you've finished, but we still have people dying in the Mediterranean trying to get across to Europe. And their lives are just as important as the lives of those who happen to have a European nationality. Yes, interesting survey. I was surprised that education wasn't mentioned among the top 4 most important, because we always want to bring out Erasmus, that it has been strongly subsidized. Is it really so that the European Union doesn't know what the young people really want, and we are actually focusing on the wrong things? Of course, these geopolitical goals and green transition are connected to the educational policies, and these have been promoted, and these are good goals, and it's difficult to assess whether the EU knows well what the expectations of the young people are, but the open universities and university alliances and mobility are important, but there are still big difficulties for some people to get involved. Is it only for young people with higher education or better background? So there are many barriers for the engagements of young people. Erasmus exchange program is an interesting example if we think about what it covers overall. It's a theme where you can see the differences. There are people for whom Erasmus has offered who knows what, and it's been a success, but there are people, young people, who haven't even thought about that they could perhaps take part in such a program and enjoy its opportunities. Yes, about education, I think, Elsie, one reason for it not being mentioned because maybe it wasn't an option because it's education policy is not covered in the competencies of the European Union. It's under the competencies of the member states. But Erasmus program has been running for over 30 years and millions of young people have participated in it. And I myself hope that all study programs of higher education would include student exchange. All degrees would have a part of exchange, studying abroad. Of course, it should be possible to take that course also in Finland if it's not possible for any reason for traveling. But it's still important that all institutions of higher education would plan their curriculum so that they would include a certain period during which it would be easy to go abroad. And one of the main reasons for joining European Union were economical security and safety. We are part of the European community and we wanted to part of the democratic Western countries. And these are the main themes, and every now and then smaller issues and of course climate and environmental questions have been emphasized. They are connected to safety and economy, of course, and we need to also remember that we are a community of democratic states and we need to ensure human rights in all EU countries, and there's also still a lot to do in that. And about the student exchanges, I'm glad to hear that Hannah brought these things up because we've been discussing this in our student organizations. Why have the number of young people participating in the student programs been going down? Of course, it was partly due to COVID and they're now rising, but it's also related to the uncertainties and fears of sort of coping economically, and young people are really worried about their own coping and mental health, and these are related to the will of going abroad. If you want to travel abroad, that requires more resources, and the amount of people participating in this started declining in 2016 when the support for these or subsidies for these student exchange programs were cut. And if you need to consider how much student loan you need to take in order to participate, of course that affects the will. And of course the study degrees and their structure, do they enable such an exchange, or is it something extra that comes on top of the basic degree program? Yes, thank you. You were able to integrate education into this, and now at this point I'd like to hear from you all, especially Henna and Elsie, about do you feel that these ideas from the young enrich your work? Do you feel that if young people are saying something, does it bring something new? And in general, are these viewpoints conveyed to the decision makers in Brussels, or are you lonely there and are the walls thick? Do you hear the voice of the young people? How do you feel this when you're there?
I feel that the youth organizations, political youth groups are active, and I meet with a lot of these people. I believe other Finnish MEPs also meet with young representatives, so I do definitely think that they make our views richer and they have very differing opinions as well. And we hear that when there is no such commissioner who would very strongly promote the issues of young people, and these themes like security and economy applies to everybody, but young people in particular. And maybe we are wrong in thinking always that the youth politics, young people are involved because of the future, because they will be the future players. But we don't see that they are there. They could be active as players right now in the current affairs. And this is something that I see, that I also come across this kind of thinking myself and in myself. So I hope that this active contact will continue. And it is also a question of the future, since our population is getting smaller. And if the engagement within the smaller, younger age groups is decreasing, that's very alarming too. I joined politics when I was young, and my first political activity was participating in the yes to the EU referendum and the movement back in 1994 when there was a referendum in Finland on joining the EU. And after that, I started acting in politics. And I felt that at that time, people were interested in young people's opinions and they wanted to hear them. And I still feel it's very important that we encourage young people to participate and bring up their views. Their opinions and viewpoints are just as valuable as anybody else's. And the young people, were born to a different world than what the world was like when we were born. And of course, you see people in a different way because of this, and what the future is and what the current situation is. And I think it is important that there are people from different viewpoints and different ages involved in politics. And that's why I wish that we had more young people involved in politics. I used to be the young person. Now I am no longer a young person because it's over 30 years ago that I started my career. But I always try and encourage young people to become involved. And my political group, the EPP, last spring organized the first Youth Week. We all MEPs were allowed to invite young people to Brussels for 3 days, and we had different discussions also with the President of the Parliament, and we will repeat this. So now that we start work again next month, I have 4 young people coming from Finland to Brussels, and it is important that we get to hear young people's opinions and ideas, and I hope this will be a permanent system. But we are all MEPs are very happy to meet with young people, and we want to encourage you and help you forward on your careers and paths forward. And I think the Finnish our youth organizations are very active, and they are in contact with us, and we also visit many of the events they organize, and their representatives visit us in Brussels. And we always also have trainees in our offices from the universities, and that has been a good opportunity. There used to be some youth emphasis years where political groups could fund. We actually used some funds to organize events for young people in our home countries to meet young people. So there has been a lot of activities from our side too, but I think maybe we should improve then in the content. But there are plenty of concrete examples, so it's nice to hear of that. It was nice to hear what she had to say, because one MEP once told me that I haven't really heard from young people during this office. The automotive industry is in constant contact to us, but young people aren't. So I would like to take up the perspective of resources. So organizations that are engaged in lobbying may have very different possibilities in doing their work. And now that we're running out of time, I want to also take up the impact assessments, how the different decisions actually impact young people. We have representatives of young people like we here. In addition to this, it is very important to have research in the backgrounds, and that gives more emphasis on those issues. And the Youth Forum has proposed an EU Youth Fest that would oblige the Commission in every process to carry out an impact assessment on young people and to encourage people to become involved in the process itself. I too am very happy to hear that young people are actively involved, but I think the problem for all of us is that the people who are here or involved in the JEF or in the youth organizations, student organizations, are a small number of people. In the end, we pretty much know each other already, and we're interested in these things. But the problem is how to reach all those others who, for one reason or another, are not interested in these things already and are not active. And this is an open question to all of us, how we can make it happen. And I hope that we could get rid of these impressions that where people in suits like myself here are the ones representing the EU. So I hope that we could change that image too for students and young people, but it's not so easy to do. So maybe next time we should just all wear sneakers. But thank you, Juri, for that perspective. And I can also say that if anybody comes up with the idea of how to reach those young people who are not active, please come forward and tell me that as well, because it seems to be an eternal question. So we are running out of time with our panel, but I want to thank you and also mention our objectives regarding the Euro elections. So we have objectives regarding the youth initiative that we already took up in 2020. And if you want to engage in discussion on this, come and talk to us in the JEF Finland. I'm sure we will continue on this debate, and soon you will find them also online, so you don't have to come to this auditorium for discussion. But I want to thank Elsi Katainen, Henna Virkkunen, Lotta Tuominen, and Juri Bjurvin. And I would like to thank the audience here as well as online in the streaming. And the Europe Forum is continuing for another day, so we can get back to things later on. Thank you all.